Hello, everyone. A very good evening and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep. Welcome to another session on international relations. So, this week, let's begin the discussion again by looking at some previous year's questions. If you guys remember last week, we had discussed few prelims questions from previous question papers. So, today, let's look at a few mains questions and understand how to approach answer writing for international relations. I'll try to discuss two, three questions so that you get a fair idea on how you can approach answer writing in IR. So let's do this for a few minutes. And after that, we will resume with our discussion on India Sri Lanka. I hope all of you remember in the last class, we had started with India's ties with Sri Lanka. We had covered a part of it. So we shall complete India Sri Lanka today. But before that, let's discuss a couple of mains questions. Let's look at this question from the 2013 mains paper. Because in 2013, UPSC introduced the new mains syllabus and format. So let's start from here. Let's look at this question related to India's relations with a neighboring country. This question is related to India Bangladesh relations. So let's read the question first and then we can discuss the approach. The question says the protest in Shahbag Square in Dhaka in Bangladesh reveals a fundamental split in society between the nationalists and Islamic forces. What is its significance for India? This was the question. This question was picked because of certain developments that were reported in current affairs. In 2013, in 2012, 2013, there were some developments in Bangladesh, some internal developments that had an impact on India's interests. So, based on this, UPSC picked a mains question. Now, many of you might think we didn't even discuss these protests while covering Bangladesh. I didn't mention Shahbag Square protests, right? So, how will you answer this question? See, we have actually covered this topic while discussing India Bangladesh relations. Of course, this question is slightly outdated as of now, but in Bangladeshi society, there is a fundamental split. The question was asked because of these protests, which was in news, which was in current affairs of that year, right? So there's no point in discussing Shahbag Square protests as of now, not relevant for our exam. But the fundamental split in Bangladeshi society is something that we have already discussed. If you guys remember, I had told you that in Bangladesh, there are two political factions primarily. On one side, you have the secular nationalist forces, which are pro India. Is that clear? There is one section of Bangladeshi society and several political parties which are secular and they are nationalist. They support the liberation of Bangladesh from Pakistan in 1971. They are thankful for India's help in 1971 and they have always favored India and supported close relations between India and Bangladesh. On the other hand, you have another political faction which is fundamentalist, meaning they believe in religious fundamentalist ideology. They're more inclined towards religious radicalism and extremism. And these elements are largely seen as pro Pakistan and they've often acted against Indian interests. Now, you tell me, didn't we discuss this fundamental split in Bangladeshi society? Throughout the chapter, we kept discussing how India's ties were affected during certain governments, how we have a good friend in Awami League and Sheikh Hasina, right? That is exactly what the question is dealing with. Now, if you had understood this fundamental concept, right, based on current affairs of that year, you could have easily answered this question. The secular nationalist forces are primarily the Awami League and few other political parties and includes current Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Is that clear? These were the forces which supported the liberation of Bangladesh from Pakistan. They were seeking help from India back then in 1971 to liberate the country. And they were always grateful for India's help. And after Bangladesh was born, these forces have always favored India, and they have ensured that the Bangladeshi society remains a secular society. Understood? They support the Bengali identity. They stand for Bengali nationalist identity. Understood? On the other hand, the opposite section, they are fundamentalists, inclined with radical extremist ideologies and aligned with Pakistani interests. They even back several radical groups, terrorist outfits as well, and they're often seen as anti-India elements in Bangladesh. For example, the military rule, the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, and few other radical organizations like Jamaat-e-Islami. Jamaat-e-Islami is a student organization which is aligned with radical elements and reportedly has links with terrorist outfits as well. These forces, they have nurtured anti-India elements. They have given shelter for terrorist and insurgent groups. They have played a role in destabilizing India, and they also threaten Bangladeshi society itself. For example, in Bangladesh, war criminals were being tried and punished by the Sheikh Hasina government. After Sheikh Hasina came to power in 2009, as they were inclined towards nationalist forces, they tried punishing the war criminals of 1971, the Pakistani soldiers, right, who had committed the atrocities, the genocide against Bengalis. They were being apprehended and punished through war tribunals. They were accused of committing war crimes against the people of Bangladesh. In these cases, the accused were held guilty based on evidence, and they were delivered the death punishment. The secular nationalist forces, supported by Awami League and the Prime Minister, they held a trial, a fair trial, and these war criminals were punished. But when these cases came up, when the death penalties were supposed to be executed, the radical forces objected to it. The fundamentalist pro-Pakistan elements who still have sympathies towards Pakistan, right? They tried blocking these trials. They prevented the death punishment from being executed. And this resulted in clashes between the two sides. Shahbag Square is a very popular location in Dhaka. It's a central location in Dhaka. So here, both the sides led protests, which resulted in riots, violence, and clashes between the two sides. Is that clear? That is the development the question is referring to. And of course, these developments are directly related to India's interests. So that is what the question is expecting you to talk about. Now, how do you approach this question from an answer writing point of view? See, in mains, any question, right, it will have few sub questions. If you read the question carefully, right, always take few seconds, take 20, 30 seconds to carefully read the question, understand what the question is asking. Don't simply glance through the question and start writing your answer. Just by looking at India, Bangladesh, and other keywords, don't simply jump into answer writing. Now, in this question, if you write about history of Bangladesh, liberation of 1971 war, or other unnecessary details, you will not get good marks. Because the question is for 10 marks, hardly 200 words. So within 200 words, you have to provide a concise answer to this question. So first, please understand what the question is asking. All right? And identify the sub questions present in every mains question. There will be at least 2 or 3 sub questions. Once you understand how many sub questions are there, then you start addressing them one by one. Start the introduction and hit the answer right on its head. Don't beat around the bush. Don't give unnecessary, irrelevant introduction. If you write an irrelevant quote or some irrelevant historical fact about India-Bangladesh relations, it will not fetch you any marks, right? So understand what the question is asking. It is focused on the Shahbag Square protests that had occurred recently, which represents the fundamental split in Bangladeshi society. That is the first part of your question. So in the introduction, start explaining this, right? Start from 1971, and instead of focusing on the war, focus on the divide in Bangladesh, the divide that was there in East Pakistan, how Bengalis were oppressed by the Pakistani elite, right? What led to the genocide in East Pakistan, how the national liberation movement started, and how Awami League gave leadership to the secular nationalist Bengali movement. Explain India's support to the movement, how we backed Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, how we supported Shanti Bahini and even Mukti Bahini. Is that clear? And then point out that there are fundamentalist forces as well which have threatened India-Bangladesh relations, which have threatened Indian interests. Point towards the military rule from 1970s to 1990s. Point towards political parties like BNP, Bangladesh Nationalist Party, and radical forces like Jamaat-e-Islami and many other terrorist radical organizations. Outfits like Lashkar-e-Toiba, Al-Qaeda, Islamic State, right? They've all gained influence in the country with the support of some of these fundamentalist elements. They have been fundamentally responsible for allowing Pakistan's ISI to use Bangladeshi soil to target India. Mention how Bangladesh, under these hostile regimes, had given support to Northeast insurgents like ULFA, NSCN, and Bodo militants. How Pakistan used Bangladesh to wage terrorism against India, to push organized crime against India, to smuggle drugs, to push fake currency notes, right? Explain these linkages and point out that the fundamentalist forces in Bangladesh are a threat, not just to India, but to Bangladesh itself. So then come back to the recent development, the Shahbag Square protests, point out that war criminals were being tried, and this divided Bangladesh, again exposing the fundamental split. So India's interest has always been in favoring the secular nationalist forces, whereas we have tried tackling the fundamentalist pro-Pakistan elements. So bring out this analysis in the body, right? Bring out all this argument, substantiate that, and then conclude by pointing out how these developments are relevant for India, how they are significant for India. So this essentially completes your answer. Of course, I'll not dictate the answer, right? Spoon feeding will not work here. Understand the core concept we have studied and discussed, link that with current affairs and developments, understand the question, and then present your opinion. In mains, it's very, very important to present your thoughts, your opinion. You can't simply mug up facts from a book and dump the facts in the answer. That will not fetch you good marks. Evaluators will look for organic, genuine answers. They can easily figure out whether you have written this on your own or you've simply by-hearted from a textbook or from a guidebook or a notes or simply dumped the memorized answer, right? You can never mug up and prepare for mains. It's almost impossible in this exam. All you have to do is cover the topics thoroughly, develop a deep understanding, then thoroughly understand the question and present your opinions. Bring out essential facts, substantiate the argument, the stand you're taking, and conclude the answer on the same line. Is that clear? If you look at UPSC notification, UPSC says that in the mains exam, there are few things UPSC is expecting. In your mains answer, there should be a proper structure, right? Your answer cannot be haphazard. You should follow a clear structure, a logical structure. There should be logical flow of thought, meaning there should be a proper introduction to the given topic, then a body where you substantiate those arguments with more analysis and evidence and examples, and then you conclude on the same lines. Your entire answer should be on the same line. In the introduction, you can't take one stand and you can't contradict yourself in the body and the conclusion. That means there is no logical flow, right? And also you can't mix up the order. You can't mix up the points. Ensure that you logically build the answer, and whatever stand you take in the introduction, continue that throughout the answer by providing the required backing arguments or backing evidence. Is that clear? So maintaining the structure, maintaining that logical flow of thought is very, very important. Next, stick to the word limit. Of course, you can't be very strict. You can't count how many words you're writing. UPSC doesn't expect that. If 200 words has been given as the limit, ensure that you're approximately around that limit. Maybe you can write an answer, a very good answer in 170, 180 words, or maybe even in 220 words. That is still fine, right? Even evaluators they will not sit and count how many words you're writing. But if you exceed by a very big margin, now let's say you write this answer in 300, 350 words, obviously evaluators will get to know, right? They're based on their experience. They'll easily figure out you have exceeded the word limit by a big margin, and there will be negative marking. You are going to lose marks if you exceed the word limit by a very big margin. 20, 30 words here and there is fine. 220, 230 words is still fine, right? Evaluators will not penalize you for that. Like I said, they'll not sit and count how many words you've written. But the moment you cross 300, 280, or 350, they'll easily get to know. So please ensure you present your points in a concise, precise manner. This itself is a skill. See, all the students, they'll have a lot of knowledge, a lot of information. In mains, you can't simply dump everything that you know. Understand what the question is asking, write only what is relevant, what is needed. Is that clear? So don't write any unnecessary points here. Don't waste the word limit. More importantly, don't waste your time. Because for a 10-mark question, you will get 7 minutes approximately, not more than that. For 15 marks question, you will get around 11 minutes. You have to ensure that you write the answer within this time, or else you will lose out on other questions. Time management is crucial. There are 20 questions, right? 7 minutes for 10 markers. That is 70 minutes is gone. 11 minutes for 15 mark questions, which is 110 minutes. So 180 minutes in total. That is how you have to divide time. 7 minutes for your 10 mark questions. 11 minutes for your 15 mark questions. Keep this time limit in your mind and practice. See, nobody becomes a genius in answer writing overnight. Nobody is blessed with good writing skills. There might be some rare students, but right, people have to work hard. You have to collect the knowledge, practice, revise, and write more answers. Answer writing is a skill that you acquire. It's not some special talent that people are born with. Is that clear? It's a skill that any person can acquire, provided if they practice. So make it a habit that you practice answer writing consistently, regularly. Maybe on a day-to-day basis, you can practice answer writing. For example, let's say you attend a GS class, you attend webinars, or you watch the news analysis, read the newspaper, you read bit of your optional subject as well, or another GS subject. Based on what you have studied in the day, before you go to bed, keep aside 20 minutes to write 2 questions every day. Pick 2 questions, maybe from previous question paper. Make your own question, right? In the Hindu analysis, we give you questions every day. In webinars, we give you questions. In the class as well, we point out where questions can come, what kind of questions can be asked. So based on that, pick 2 questions for yourself from what you have studied in that day, right? Don't pick from any other topic. From morning till evening, whatever you have studied, let's say 6 hours, 8 hours of study you have put in. From those topics, pick 2 questions, keep the required time limit and write within the time limit. When you're writing an answer, don't refer. Don't Google it. Don't open your textbook. Read everything. Finish your reading. Keep everything aside. Simulate an examination environment. What is the point of copying from a book or copying from the internet? That will not help you. Finish all your research, all your reading. And before you go to bed, keep aside 20 minutes. Do this for me. Take this as a commitment and do this by putting blind faith on me. Every day, 20 minutes, 2 questions. All right, maybe one 10-mark question, one 15-mark question, around 18 minutes. So take 20 minutes, it's still fine. Practice answer writing like this. You can't sit and write an answer for 1 hour. That will not serve any purpose. I can write a beautiful answer if I do research for 1 day, right? Anybody can do that. Don't do that. Finish all your reading, set 20 minutes exactly and write 2 questions in that time. Do this regularly over a period of time and then see how your answer writing will improve. Get your answers evaluated, right? Reach out to your mentors, right? Ask your mentors to help you, or your peers, your friends, or any seniors who are preparing with you or who are guiding you, or reach out to us as well when necessary. So once in a while, get the feedback. Feedback is very important so that you can fine tune your answers. You can correct where you're going wrong. This essentially is the basic approach to answer writing. There is no easy approach. If you ask me to give dictated answers, it will not help you. I'll not give you as well, right? The whole point is you have to read, revise, and then practice. This is a skill you develop. Do this for 3 months, then see where you stand in answer writing. All right. Now let's look at one more question before we start today's class. Let's see this question from 2017 mains question paper. This question is related to India-China relations. To be specific, it's related to economic relations between India and China. The question says, China is using its economic relations and positive trade surplus as tools to develop potential military power status in Asia. That is one part of the question. It's a statement. Then the question says, in the light of the statement, discuss its impact on India as her neighbor. 10 marks, 150 words this time. Now, didn't we discuss this topic? We spoke about our economic relations, the mismatch that is there in India-China economic relations. I explained the trade deficit that India has, the various problems we face when we trade with China, our import dependency, the security concerns, China's unfair trade practices. All these topics I have covered in detail. Now, all you have to do is present these arguments and bring out a very important analysis. What is the core analysis here required in this question? Your core argument should be that China leverages its trade advantages to gain geopolitical influence. This is the crux of the question. This is the core argument you should be making throughout your answer consistently. If you can do this, you will get good marks. That is what the question is asking. Don't write unnecessary facts about our trade relationship. That will not fetch you marks. Add facts, add examples where needed. But this is the assessment. This is the opinion that you have to present. You have to present that, yes, China, which has a dominating economic influence in the world, it does use trade advantages. It uses its trade surplus. It uses its money power, right? It provides loans to many countries, pushes them into a debt burden. It gains a trade surplus, creating an unfair deficit for the trading partners through its unfair trading practices, creates an import dependency. China is dominating the supply chains, and it uses these economic advantages for geopolitical gains. It uses this to project its military power, military influence. It tries to create security challenges and leverages the economic influence to gain military advantages and geopolitical advantages. So that is the assessment you have to bring. Talk about India-China trade relations. Give examples of how Sri Lanka, Myanmar have fallen under a debt burden. How Hambantota port was given away by Sri Lanka to China. Right? Talk about even Western countries facing similar geopolitical challenges because of the trade advantages that China has over them. That is the assessment. That is the argument you have to present and explain this impact on India. Is that clear? So it's a very simple, straightforward question in that regard. So start out by explaining or giving insight into China's economic policy in general, right? What kind of relations it looks at. It looks at mainly transactional economic relations, where the economic relationship primarily benefits China alone. It doesn't benefit the other country, right? It dominates the supply chains, leverages its manufacturing potential to push other countries into an import dependency. It dumps the goods on others. It gives unfair subsidies, restricts market access, and creates this trade surplus and uses this advantage for geopolitical gains. Got it? So that is the assessment you bring out, and that basically completes your approach to this answer. So I hope you guys have got a basic insight into answer writing. That was my whole purpose of discussing these two questions. I'll give you one question as an exercise. Take this question from 2020 mains paper. related to the Indo-Pacific. We've already covered a large part of the Indo-Pacific, and we have spoken about a group called Quad or the Quadrilateral. So please take up this question for your practice, for your answer writing practice. Quad is transforming itself into a trade bloc from a military alliance in present times. Discuss. I had given enough explanation about the Quad. What is it? What was the purpose initially? How some members of Quad were trying to set up Quad as a military grouping. I mentioned how India resisted to prevent the Quad from becoming a military club because we don't join military alliances. So today, Quad is being diversified. It's more or less becoming a trade bloc, looking at several issues of the Indo-Pacific with primary focus on enforcing a rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific. The objective is to tackle countries like China, which are aggressive, which are expansionist, which are breaking international rules. The prime focus of Quad is to enforce that rules-based order, to ensure that Indo-Pacific is free and open. So bring out this analysis and see if you can write an answer to this. All right, so please take this as an exercise, as a homework. I think that should be enough for now. At the end, when we wind up the syllabus, maybe we'll take up few more prelims and mains questions. All right, now let's come back to our discussion. Let's bring our focus back to India, Sri Lanka. In the last class, we had covered a good part of this chapter. We understood why Sri Lanka is important, where is it located, why Sri Lanka is significant for Indian interests, and we started talking about Sri Lanka's history and geography. We understood the ethnic divisions, the deep-rooted ethnic divisions in Sri Lanka. And I was explaining how a divide came up between the Sinhala Buddhist majority and the Tamil minorities. I'm sure all of you would remember this, right? We spoke about the two major ethnic communal groups in Sri Lanka, the Sinhalas and the Tamils. I showed you maps to understand, to help you understand the demography of the country. I explained where Sinhala Buddhists are found, where Tamil communities are found. We even discussed the two categories of Tamils, Sri Lankan Tamils and Indian Tamils. I explained the difference between them. And we were talking about how the British government, the colonial government, created a divide between the communities, which was further exploited by the Sinhala Buddhists. Even prior to Sri Lanka's independence, the British had implemented their policy of divide and rule, where they had deliberately favored the Tamil community, especially Indian Tamils, and had given them very lucrative administrative positions. They made them very influential politically. They made them rich. They gave them influential positions in the government and administration, which wasn't liked by the Sinhala Buddhist majority. So in 1900s, we saw a resentment between the two communities, where the Sinhala Buddhist majority, they hated the Tamils, especially Indian Tamils. So when Sri Lanka gained independence in 1948, the Sri Lankan government that was dominated by the Sinhala Buddhists, which was influenced by radical Sinhala Buddhists, they introduced these controversial citizenship laws through which Indian Tamils were declared as stateless. Their citizenship was taken away. Essentially, the Sri Lankan government, under the influence of radical Sinhala Buddhists, who were in majority, they started discriminating and oppressing the Tamil community. The Indian Tamils who had come to the country more recently, who were transported here by the British to work in the plantations of Central Highlands, they were primarily targeted and they were not treated as Sri Lankan citizens, even though they were residing in Sri Lanka for at least 100 to 150 years. They only accepted Sri Lankan Tamils as their citizens who had come to the country many centuries ago through the natural course of migration. But they rejected citizenship for Indian Tamils, which created a humanitarian crisis. It also made them vulnerable to be targeted by radical Sinhala Buddhists, and it led to targeted violence against the community. So basically, from 1948 till 1970s, there was targeted discrimination, oppression, and targeted violence against the Tamil minorities in Sri Lanka. This was the situation in the country. India was deeply concerned about these developments because the Tamils are connected to India, right? There are families in Tamil Nadu and in southern India which are connected to Tamils on the other side of the border. So this was a moral obligation for India to stand up for the Tamil community, to protect them, to put pressure on the Sri Lankan government, on the Sinhala Buddhists, to ensure that minorities are not targeted and they should be protected. So India started raising this issue. We raised our voice to support the Tamil community, right? We had to, because atrocities were being committed against them. They were being oppressed and discriminated. But at the same time, we needed good relations with Sri Lanka as well, right? If we just supported the Tamils, Sri Lanka would become hostile to India. That is the last thing India wanted. And Prime Minister Nehru was very well aware of this. That if we just support the Tamils, right, then Sri Lankan government could become hostile to India, and it might work with other countries, hostile countries like Pakistan or maybe Western countries. As you know, we didn't have very good relations with the West during the Cold War period, especially the United States had even become openly hostile to India after 1970s. So throughout this period, India was very cautious in dealing with Sri Lanka. We did criticize the discrimination, the oppression, but we also tried assisting Sri Lanka to deal with the crisis. We signed agreements in 64 and 74, through which we took joint responsibility of Indian Tamils, and the Indian Tamil community was settled in both the countries. Some of the Indian Tamils were brought to India, they were repatriated to India. That is what Sri Lanka expected. Sri Lanka had said Indian Tamils are India's headache, India's responsibility. So India took part responsibility of this because we wanted to support and protect the Tamil community while maintaining our decent, friendly ties with Sri Lanka. That balance had to be struck. It was a very difficult period for India. So India took the joint responsibility, and Sri Lanka also accepted to take some Tamils, the Indian Tamils, and give them citizenship status. Right? So in a way, this became an encouragement for Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka took this the wrong way. The Sri Lankan government believed that it could do anything against the Tamil minorities and India wouldn't do anything. India wouldn't question them. They became very audacious. The radical Sinhala Buddhists especially, they became audacious. They didn't care about other countries or international pressure, right? They went on targeting the Tamils, and from 1948 to 1970s, this was a very common occurrence. So Tamil community was, of course, frustrated. There was a lot of resentment, hatred, anger building up, right? So by 1970s, we saw the rise of Tamil militant organizations such as the LTTE. The more radical Tamil leaders, right? Some of them were organizing politically. There was a politically organized movement led by few Tamil political parties to fight for their rights through democratic methods. Whereas the more radical elements within the Tamil community, they rejected the political process. They said there's no point in talking to such radical extremists because they saw Sinhalas as extremists, and they were extremists at one point. The radicals especially, right? With the support of the government, the police and the army, they were repeatedly targeting the Tamil community, and there were many repeated riots and targeted attacks against the community. So this had created a lot of hatred and resentment, and some of the Tamil radicals as well, they took up arms against the Sri Lankan state. Tamil militancy rose. This would happen in any country, right? If one community is being targeted, oppressed repeatedly, there will be one political movement which will try to fight for their rights through political methods. There will be other radicals who will take up violence, declare an armed rebellion against the state. So by 1970s, armed violence had begun from Tamil communities as well, right? Groups like LTT and many others. There were many Tamil militant factions. LTT is the most popular one. I'm sure all of you would have heard about it. Apart from LTT, there were many others. So several Tamil militant factions came up in the northern and eastern provinces. In the northern and eastern parts of Sri Lanka, Tamil militancy started rising its head, and their target was the Sri Lankan government, the Sri Lankan forces, and the Buddhists. So Buddhist pilgrimage sites, the radical Buddhist clerics who were instigating the violence, the Sri Lankan government leaders who were supporting these radical elements, the Sri Lankan security forces who were not acting against these radicals, they all became targets of the Tamil militant outfits. So by late 1970s, early 1980s, Tamil militancy had risen in Sri Lanka. Now, this began a brutal period in Sri Lanka's history. This was just the beginning, right? What happened later is even more atrocious. This was just the beginning of the story, right? For first 30 years, the radical Sinhala Buddhists had committed atrocities with blessings of the Sri Lankan government and security forces. Now, Tamil militancy had taken root, but all of this was simply the beginning of the conflict. It was just the start. In the 1970s, India would get directly involved in this emerging conflict. In the late 70s and early 80s, in this period, I would say roughly from 1974-75 all the way till mid 1980s, for almost a decade, more than a decade. During this period, allegedly, there's a very big allegation that India got directly involved in this conflict that was emerging. See, we didn't create the conflict. The conflict was already present. The divide was already there. Sri Lanka created the divide for itself by targeting the minorities. India didn't do this. But however, it is alleged that India exploited the situation and we gave direct support, not just to the Tamil political parties, but also to the militant organizations. Now, this is something you need to understand. You should understand why would India support not just the Tamil political groups? This is fine. Giving diplomatic, moral support, even financial support to political groups is fine. It's acceptable. But giving support to armed extremist organizations, which are basically terrorist outfits, right? How could that be justified? What would push India to do this? That is the big question. So there are a couple of reasons that pushed India to get involved with the LTTE. In fact, India was primarily responsible for the rise of LTTE. Tamil militant organizations had started forming, but they were very weak outfits. They didn't have any training, they didn't have funds, they didn't have enough weapons. The militancy had started on its own, but India brought the support needed. We gave those funds, the weapons needed, the training needed, and escalated the conflict in Sri Lanka. So the question is, why? There were two reasons. The first reason is rooted in the 1971 war with Pakistan. When India was busy fighting Pakistan and trying to liberate Bangladesh, we expected Sri Lanka to remain neutral in this conflict. Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, right, who was the Prime Minister at that point, she knew very well that Pakistan might rely on Sri Lanka for support during the war. The Indian intelligence agencies, Indian armed forces, they were very, very well aware of this, and they had warned the government and the Prime Minister that Sri Lanka might be asked by Pakistan to provide support during the war. Why? Because to send supplies and reinforcements from West Pakistan to East Pakistan, Pakistani ships, Pakistani aircraft, they had to go around India. Remember, I had told you, India had closed its airspace during the war. We had shut our airspace for Pakistani aircraft. And if Pakistan had to send any reinforcements or any resupplies, provide logistical support to the war in East Pakistan, only option, only route available was through the Arabian Sea, Indian Ocean, and Bay of Bengal. Essentially, Pakistani vessels and aircraft had to navigate across around India, right, and then reach East Pakistan. Given the ships and aircrafts of those days, they needed refueling in between. They needed to take supplies in between. They also needed help in service repairs if any technical issues came up. So for this, Pakistan would come to rely on Sri Lanka, and India had warned Sri Lanka not to get involved in this war. India had expected Sri Lanka to remain neutral because Pakistan at this point was an enemy state. Anyone providing direct support to an enemy state during war also becomes an enemy, becomes a hostile actor. So Prime Minister Indira Gandhi had made it clear to Sri Lanka not to provide any kind of support, be it refueling or resupplies to Pakistani forces. But despite India's warning, Sri Lanka went against India. The Sri Lankan government, it showed the audacity to support Pakistan in the war despite India's instructions. Now, this was a major escalation for India. Now, if you ask why would Sri Lanka do this? Why would Sri Lanka go and support Pakistan during the war? The answer is very simple. Sri Lanka always resisted India's interference. That's what Sri Lanka believed. The Sri Lankan government felt that India was always supporting the Tamil issue. And in the name of supporting Tamils, India was interfering in Sri Lankan politics and in the internal matters of Sri Lanka. So when India asked Sri Lanka to protect Tamil minorities, to look after them, Sri Lanka felt offended. Sri Lanka took it the wrong way. India did nothing wrong in standing up for the Tamils and asking for their rights to be protected. So every time India raised its voice for the Tamil community, Sri Lanka saw this as Indian interference. Sri Lanka thought it should teach India a lesson. And during the war, it indirectly aligned with Pakistan and gave this support, apparently, for refueling its ships and aircrafts during the course of the war. So when Indian intelligence agencies picked up this information, relayed this to the leadership, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was furious about what Sri Lanka had done. This was a hostile act, a direct hostile act against India by supporting the enemy state during the course of the war. But this was not the only trigger. There was a second trigger which came later. Remember, during this war, the United States had completely supported Pakistan in the war and threatened India with consequences. During the Cold War, US had aligned with Pakistan, and the then US President Richard Nixon and his national security advisor Henry Kissinger, they had a dislike towards India. They favored Pakistan as an ally. And as India was about to liberate Bangladesh, the US tried interfering in this conflict. It tried to put military pressure on India by threatening India with war. I'd explained under India-Bangladesh how the US had pushed its 7th Naval Fleet, consisting of aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines and missile frigates, into Bay of Bengal to threaten the Indira Gandhi government, to threaten India to back off from the war. This had pushed India to take support from Soviet Union, and we had abandoned the non-aligned movement. Basically, these were the divisions that came up after 1971. Post the 1971 war, Pakistan was firmly aligned with US and Western countries. India was firmly aligned with Soviet Union, right? At this point, when US was seen as hostile to India, Sri Lanka allowed the United States to set up a controversial radio station known as Voice of America in Colombo. Many of you might have heard about this radio station. It's present even today. It operates around the world, right? It's called Voice of America. It's a media outlet. It carries songs, media, entertainment, news, information, etc. It's a very popular American radio station. But during the Cold War, when geopolitical rivalries were very high, when US and Soviet Union were fighting covert intelligence wars against each other, it was widely believed that Voice of America was a front for the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States. There is a wide perception during the Cold War period amongst Soviet Union and its allies, including India, that Voice of America was just a front organization. In the front, it's like a radio station, right? Carrying entertainment, spreading news, etc. But in reality, behind the scenes, the fear was that CIA is using the communication equipment, installing military grade communication equipment to intercept the targeted countries, to intercept the communication of targeted countries. It was feared that Voice of America was being used for generating communication intelligence to intercept encrypted communication of targeted countries. So India was firmly against allowing Voice of America to be set up at Colombo, which is very, very close to India. Geographically, Colombo is very close to India. And we have strategic facilities in the southern part of India, that too along the coastline. By this time, we knew that a hostile US was already targeting our space program and our nuclear weapons program. The American hostility had increased day by day against India. The two, after India liberated Bangladesh, right, and we aligned with Soviet Union, US had declared India as a hostile country. The US was stepping up its intelligence operations against India, trying to meddle in India's internal matters, trying to destabilize the country, and it was proactively seeking to disrupt our nuclear and space program. At this point, when US approached Sri Lanka to set up the radio station at Colombo, India instructed Sri Lanka not to give permission. India saw this as a threat, as a security threat. But despite India's request, Sri Lanka went against India. Sri Lanka allowed the United States to set up the Voice of America radio station, and India saw this again as a hostile act by Sri Lanka. It was aligning with US, a hostile country to India, allowing this radio station, which was believed to be a front of the American intelligence agency. These two developments in the 1970s, this is what pushed Prime Minister Indira Gandhi to conclude that Sri Lanka is a hostile threat. The Sri Lankan government, which was supported by radical Sinhala Buddhists who were repeatedly and openly targeting the Tamils, this government was seen as hostile to Indian interests because during the course of the war, it had aligned with Pakistan, giving refueling and resupplies, and later it allowed US, which was hostile right now during the Cold War. It had allowed US to set up this controversial radio station against India's wishes. So it led Indian intelligence agencies to conclude that Sri Lanka had become a major threat to India. Given its close location and its importance for our security, India decided to teach Sri Lanka a lesson. Prime Minister Indira Gandhi ordered the launch of a covert war where India's research and analysis wing would build contacts with the Tamil rebels, provide direct support to subvert Sri Lanka, to cause sabotage inside Sri Lanka, and to destabilize the Sri Lankan government. Is that clear? So this was India's covert involvement in the Sri Lankan civil war. The civil war was yet to begin, and right from the beginning, India was there supporting LTTE. So India's research and analysis wing, which had already seen a lot of success in Sikkim, in East Pakistan, right, even in Pakistan, RAW had seen a lot of success. Its covert operations were a big hit. So Prime Minister Indira Gandhi used RAW, authorized RAW, to launch a major covert war against Sri Lanka, where India would directly support the LTTE and other Tamil militant outfits. And what kind of support was given? We supplied funds, supplied weapons, and believe it or not, provided training as well. Intense training was given to LTT militants. You might have heard of top LTT terrorists like Prabhakaran, V. Prabhakaran, the leader, the founder of this outfit. Prabhakaran and his top leaders, most of them, they were trained in Indian military and police and intelligence institutions. At secret bases in India, Tamil rebels would be brought across, right? From Sri Lanka, RAW would bring the Tamil rebels to India, and at secret facilities across the country, the Tamil rebels were trained by Indian intelligence agencies. Special Frontier Force of RAW would be involved in some of the training operations. We would train them in jungle warfare, in guerrilla warfare, provide them all the skills needed, supply advanced weapons, communication equipment, provide funds, and push them back into Sri Lanka. India established a direct channel to supply the funds and weapons from Tamil Nadu, especially from southern India, towards northern and eastern provinces in Sri Lanka. This involvement of India escalated the tensions in Sri Lanka. Very quickly, the LTTE became notorious. Without India's support, LTTE would have never become the organization it eventually became. At one point, it ended up becoming the world's most notorious terrorist outfit, just after Al Qaeda. It was that dangerous at one point. Without India's support in the 70s and 80s, LTT would have never turned out to be so notorious. Right? But this was not our intention initially. India's intention was to give some limited support, exploit that internal divide in Sri Lanka to gain leverage on Sri Lankan government. So we can force Sri Lanka to protect our interests, to behave according to India's interests. Because Sri Lanka was clearly working with our hostile countries like Pakistan and US. India never had an intention to break the country. We never had any intention to divide the country. That was never India's intention. We always thought that giving support to LTT would increase the tensions, create more conflicts that will weaken Sri Lanka. And since we control these outfits, Sri Lanka will come to India for help. India thought we could use that as a leverage to force Sri Lanka's government to behave, to protect Tamil minorities, their rights, and protect India's security and national interests. That was the idea behind this covert war. But unfortunately, in the world of covert warfare and geopolitics, things never go as planned. Right? You might have a different agenda, you might have a different objective, but in the real world, things will go very bad, especially when you start supporting extremist radical organizations. And India would learn this lesson the hard way in the coming years. India would pay a very, very big price for sponsoring the LTTE. It derailed our ties with Sri Lanka. It had a huge blowback on India itself. And this was one of the biggest lessons India learned about the drawbacks of such covert wars. We learned a huge lesson. What will happen when we support extremist terrorist outfits? Right? So after that, India scaled back such involvement. It took almost 20 years for us to come out of this threat. Right? I'll explain what happened later. See, what is LTT essentially? It stands for Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam. LTT and other Tamil militant groups, their primary objective was to create the Tamil Eelam. Eelam means a nation, to form a Tamil state, a Tamil country for Tamil people, by bringing the northern and eastern parts of Sri Lanka together. This was their objective. It was a separatist movement. They wanted to break Sri Lanka into two parts, break apart the northern eastern provinces where Tamil minorities were present, and they wanted to form a separate Tamil nation so that Tamil rights can be protected. This was their stated objective. Now, India had no intention of creating a Tamil Eelam. We knew the consequences. If Tamil nationalist sentiments were supported, very easily these sentiments might spill over into Tamil Nadu. India knew this. Any over support to Tamil nationalist movement in Sri Lanka, right? Those sentiments might spill over because in Tamil Nadu, a strong support base was forming for the Tamil minorities in Sri Lanka. Obviously, in Tamil Nadu, right, the people are connected. They share familial connections, cultural connections. Major political parties in Tamil Nadu, for them, it's a very big political issue, electoral issue. So all the major parties, the state government, the state police, the state intelligence, and the people of Tamil Nadu, they have a connection with the Tamil cause in Sri Lanka. India knew that supporting Tamil nationalist sentiments in Sri Lanka might have a spillover effect. It might support certain separatist actors and nationalist elements in Tamil Nadu as well, posing a threat to India itself. So India never wanted to cross that line. As I told you, our objective was not to break Sri Lanka, not to create a Tamil Elam in reality. Even though LTT and other groups were claiming to form a Tamil Elam, this was never India's intention. Our intention was we could leverage this situation just like we did in East Pakistan. Right? Maybe this is where India made a mistake. We got carried away from the momentum of 1971. In 1971, we achieved a tremendous success in supporting the Bengali cause by backing the Mukti Bahini rebels. Right? We studied under Bangladesh how India trained and armed the Mukti Bahini rebels to support the Bengali liberation movement, and later how we liberated Bangladesh. But India got carried away from this momentum. We thought we could apply the same lessons in Sri Lanka. We thought we could apply the same strategies in Sri Lanka as well. Right? But this is where we went wrong. The moment you start backing extremist forces repeatedly, right, even if it is justified sometimes, things may go out of hand. These extreme radical groups may not be under your control. They may not listen to you all the time. These groups might backfire. They might come back to hurt your own interests. Many countries have learned this lesson, not just India. Take Pakistan, for example. We studied how Pakistan has bred so many terror groups, and today there are terror outfits targeting Pakistan itself. Right? Even the groups Pakistan has bred, it's not able to control all of them. Even other countries like US, right? Several West Asian powers like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt, Israel, Iran, they all have a history of sponsoring radical terror groups for their geopolitics, but many times they lose control over these groups. Many times these radical groups, they come back to hurt the interests of the sponsoring country itself. This is why state-sponsored terrorism is very, very dangerous. Such covert wars, where a government is supporting extremist groups for geopolitical interests, that strategy can easily backfire and harm our own interests. Those groups can come back to hurt us, the ones who are sponsoring them. So India learned this lesson here in Sri Lanka. Very soon the LTTE would spin out of control. Initially, we thought this is a strategy, a covert strategy where we cause more destabilization by backing these groups, we strengthen them to cause more violence, and then we gain control on Sri Lanka's government and force Sri Lanka to behave according to India's interests. That was the strategy. But very quickly, this backfired because LTTE became extremely powerful within few years. V. Prabhakaran, right, he would organize support from the Tamil diaspora as well. He was very enterprising that way. He would not just depend on India's support, but he truly made LTTE somewhat of a global organization. The Tamil community is very well spread out around the world, right? In Singapore, in Malaysia, in European countries like United Kingdom, in Australia, in US, in Canada. So around the world, you have a strong Tamil community, a strong Tamil diaspora. They all sympathized with the Tamil cause in Sri Lanka, and V. Prabhakaran started tapping these elements. It started arranging foreign funds. He started building contacts with organized criminal cartels and other intelligence agencies and terrorist organizations. Is that clear? So LTTE was becoming a very powerful organization day by day. India's intention was never to allow LTTE to reach this level. Our intention was just to exploit the situation in our advantage, to create a leverage for us. But very soon, LTTE was becoming much more powerful than what India intended, because it started raising funds through the diaspora by raising the Tamil cause. It started building contacts with other criminal cartels, drug and arms traffickers. It started working with other terrorist outfits and intelligence agencies and started sourcing drugs, weapons that would fuel the war of the LTTE. So in 1983, there was one major development. Since LTTE was now stronger, it was carrying out many attacks against Sri Lanka's security forces and Buddhist pilgrimage sites. These attacks saw a retaliation. As the Tamil militant attacks increased, the Sinhala Buddhists, they retaliated even stronger. The Sri Lankan government gave a free hand to the army. It allowed the radical Sinhala Buddhist groups to target Tamil villages, Tamil civilians. And there was a massive anti-Tamil riot that happened in 1983. It was one of the brutal phases of Sri Lanka's history. Entire Tamil villages were targeted and burnt, and thousands of innocent Tamil civilians were killed. Even women and children were not spared. So this triggered a massive refugee crisis, and it caused a major escalation which led to the breakout of a civil war in Sri Lanka. There was a complete collapse of governance and administration. Until then, it was few limited attacks, limited counterattacks here and there. But in 1983, the anti-Tamil riots carried out by Sri Lankan forces and radical Buddhists with the support of the government triggered a massive backlash where Tamil civilians, they fled to India to save their lives and families. They crossed the Park Strait and they tried entering Tamil Nadu in large numbers, both Indian and Sri Lankan Tamils. Right? Thousands of them came to India as refugees following this brutal crackdown. So this triggered LTTE to get even more brutal and violent, and it escalated the conflict, causing a full blown out civil war in the country. Is that clear? This was a massive crisis in our own neighborhood, and India had a role to play in it. Whether India wanted it or not, the outcome was disastrous for us as well, because we were losing the plot, losing control over LTTE. Right? Now India realized that things are getting out of hand. We had to pull back the support. Plus, there was another big development which had happened parallelly. In 1984, there was something very, very big which had happened in India. Does anyone know what it is? When this crisis was escalating in Sri Lanka, when our covert war was going the wrong way, something else happened in India in the same year, 1984. Very good. The Khalistan movement, Operation Blue Star, and the assassination of Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. The Khalistan movement had been scaled up by Pakistan by this time. Khalistani terrorists, under the leadership of Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale, they had held the Golden Temple, the sacred Golden Temple in Amritsar, hostage, where Khalistani terrorists were amassing weapons inside the sacred Golden Temple. This led Prime Minister Indira Gandhi to take a very bold call and order a military strike, a commando strike on the Golden Temple to flush out the Khalistani terrorists and target Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale, who was organizing the Khalistan movement. Right? A military operation was ordered called Operation Blue Star. You will study this under internal security. Don't worry. All right? So Prime Minister Indira Gandhi ordered Operation Blue Star to flush out the Khalistan militants. And this operation was a success. We successfully eliminated most of the Khalistan terrorists who were hiding in the Golden Temple. And even Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale, the leader, was eliminated by Indian forces. But this attack on the shrine, right, it had hurt Sikh sentiments. The Sikh community around the world and in India, they felt hurt that India had targeted their sacred shrine. Some of the extremists, right, within the Sikh community and the diaspora, they gave it a wrong interpretation, showing this as an attack by a Hindu government against the Sikh community. And a call was given to assassinate the Prime Minister. Some of the Khalistan radicals, they gave a call to target the Prime Minister herself for ordering Operation Blue Star. And eventually, her own Sikh bodyguards who had been radicalized by Khalistan movement would assassinate a serving Prime Minister of India. This was a turning point for India. See, it's not just about the person or the party they belong to. It's about the office they hold. Right? When Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was assassinated, she was the serving Prime Minister of the country. There cannot be a bigger security and intelligence failure than that, where your own Prime Minister has been assassinated by terrorists. And this was a result of a covert war led by Pakistan. We studied under India Pakistan how Pakistan's ISI had given complete support to the Khalistan movement, right? So, in a way, if you look at it, ironically, Pakistan got its revenge indirectly for 1971. Remember, I told you Pakistan had sworn to take revenge against India for breaking the country, right? It had given a call to bleed India through 1,000 cuts. In many ways, it got its revenge when Indira Gandhi was assassinated, because it was Indira Gandhi who was primarily responsible for Pakistan's defeat in 1971, for liberating Bangladesh and breaking Pakistan into two parts. So by waging this covert war against India, Pakistan had used Khalistan movement to destabilize our country, to create a major security and diplomatic problem for India, right? Punjab was boiling at this time. Khalistan movement had raised its head up around the world in several countries. It was an absolute nightmare for India, and a serving prime minister had been assassinated by these terrorists. So this was a massive security failure, a huge intelligence failure. Following the assassination of the prime minister, India took a step back from all covert activities in the region. We learned how covert wars can get dangerous, right? There was no appetite within Indian agencies to continue such wars, given that the prime minister herself had been taken out because of a covert war. So, following the assassination of Indira Gandhi, India took a step back from its involvement with LTTE. There was a direct impact on the Sri Lankan war because of this development, right? It was Prime Minister Indira Gandhi who was backing the covert war in Sri Lanka. With her assassination, right, the support was lost. Plus, within the intelligence agencies, there was a shock, a psychological blow, right? They couldn't digest this massive failure, and it was a lesson as well. What will happen when you get involved in such covert wars? So, in a way, India took a step back, and this allowed LTTE to become even more stronger. We reduced our involvement after this. From 1985, RAW started reducing its involvement. We scaled back the supply of funds and weapons and the support we were giving, and now LTTE was largely on its own. It became stronger day by day, and the civil war increased in the country. All right? Then came Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. Rajiv Gandhi took over from Indira Gandhi, and he had made a commitment. He had made a strong commitment to end LTTE's militancy. As any such militancy or terrorism in the region was seen as a threat right now, Rajiv Gandhi promised, he swore to help the Sri Lankan government to end LTTE's militancy and reach a negotiated settlement. Instead of escalating the war and causing more atrocities, right? India said we will help both the parties to reach a settlement. It was in our interest to end this war because now Sri Lanka had been completely destabilized. And a destabilized Sri Lanka is bad news for India, dangerous news for India. Because we also noticed that the Tamil Eelam sentiments were spreading into Tamil Nadu as well. This was also one of the reasons. Major political parties in Tamil Nadu, right? From DMK, AI, ADMK, and many other parties. The government, several leaders, politicians, and even the state police and state intelligence. They had their own contacts with LTTE. They were running their own operations, supporting the Tamil war in Sri Lanka. So gradually, there were nationalist sentiments built on Dravidian Tamil nationalism that was gaining ground. So this is where India decided that we have to pull the plug. We have to retreat. We have to ensure LTTE is brought down, and we have to do this through talks and negotiations. So Rajiv Gandhi began an attempt to negotiate between the two sides. We offered to use our influence because we did have influence on LTTE. We did have contacts with them. right? We had supported them. We also, of course, had some leverage on Sri Lankan government. So using these contacts, India held talks in a third country in Bhutan. At Thimphu, Bhutan offered itself as a third neutral place where the negotiations could be held. So under India's leadership, we brought LTT leaders and Sri Lankan government leaders to talk and negotiate, and we worked out a historic peace accord called the Indo-Sri Lanka Peace Accord of 1987. Have you heard of it? I'm sure many of you would have heard the name of this agreement because it's recently in news as well. Even recently, when Sri Lanka's leader came to India, Ranil Wickremesinghe, just few weeks back, he was on a visit, right? And even our foreign minister Jaishankar, he went to Sri Lanka a few months back. So in the last few months itself, with regard to India-Sri Lanka relations, the peace accord has been in news. Something called as 13th Amendment has been in news. You guys might have read that in the newspapers. So this peace accord was brought out by Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. It was an effort, an attempt to bring peace to Sri Lanka, to stabilize the country, to end the militant war while protecting Tamil rights. See, for India, always been a complicated challenge. On one hand, we want stability. On the other hand, we want Tamil rights to be upheld and protected. And we want Sri Lanka to be friendly to India. These are the basic interests we have, right? We want good ties with Sri Lanka's government while protecting, upholding Tamil rights, ensuring that they are not oppressed and targeted. And we also want stability in the country. This has always been our priority. So keeping this in mind, India negotiated. We used our influence with both the sides and made them agree to a peace accord. I will explain what provisions were contained under this accord. It's very, very important. So we convinced both the parties. They agreed. We signed the peace agreement as well. And to implement the peace accord, India said we will deploy a peacekeeping force. The Indian Peacekeeping Force, IPKF, was constituted by drawing soldiers from Indian Army and other central forces. Right? We established IPKF, Indian Peacekeeping Forces, and deployed them in Sri Lanka to enforce the terms of the accord, the provisions of the accord. All right? Now you might think the war ended because of the peace accord and because of India deploying peacekeeping forces. But trust me, nothing changed. In fact, things became worse after this. So to understand what really happened, you should know the terms of the peace accord. You should know what were the key provisions. This could be asked in a mains question. Even though it's an old topic, it is still relevant for India-Sri Lanka relations. Under this peace accord, we convinced the Sri Lankan forces to call for a ceasefire for 48 hours. After signing the accord, Sri Lanka promised to pull back all the troops back to the barracks. The Sri Lankan military, right, would call for a ceasefire. We convinced the Sri Lankan government to do this, and they promised to pull them back to the barracks, ending all their operations against the Tamil militants. In return, the LTTE would surrender. It would lay down its arms and surrender in front of Sri Lankan authorities. We convinced the LTTE to do that. All right. Now, why would they surrender? Right? They would surrender because we provided certain benefits. We promised that they would not be targeted by the Sri Lankan government. We extracted a commitment from Sri Lanka that you will not target the militants who will surrender. You will not kill them, you will not arrest them or punish for what has happened. Rather, you will try to mainstream them and give them an opportunity to correct themselves and come back into mainstream society. So such a flexible arrangement was negotiated by India, worked out by India, where Sri Lankan forces would end all their military operations, their counterinsurgency operations. They will pull out the troops back to their barracks and LTT would surrender. All of this was supposed to happen within 48 hours, within 2 days of signing the accord. All right, LTT should give up its weapons, surrender, and hand themselves over to Sri Lankan authorities. And in return, the Tamils will get political autonomy. This was the promise, the big promise made under the peace accord. The Tamil provinces, northern and eastern provinces, they will be given political autonomy. Then the Tamil language will be recognized as a national language, given the same treatment as that of the Sinhalese language. All these promises were made, and to introduce these changes, the 13th Amendment was needed to the Sri Lankan Constitution. Is that clear? So Sri Lanka promised to India and the LTT that if you guys surrender, right, we will pull back our troops, will not target those who are surrendering, and in return, we'll amend our constitution. 13th Amendment will be enacted, through which we will give better recognition to the Tamil language. Now imagine this. Even though there were a significant number of Tamilians speaking the Tamil language in Sri Lanka, the Tamil language was never given equal treatment for decades by the Sri Lankan government. That shows the atrocity Sri Lanka has carried out against Tamils. That shows the extent to which Sinhala Buddhists had used the government to target Tamil rights. Even though it's a major language of such a large community, the Tamil language was never given equal recognition. Now, finally, they agreed to give equal recognition and devolve powers to the provinces to set up provincial councils, that is, autonomous councils, similar to the ones we have in India, in the northeast region of India, right? You would have read in polity that in Assam, in Tripura, Meghalaya, Mizoram, we have autonomous district councils set up under the 6th schedule of the Indian Constitution. I hope you guys have read about it. If not, please go and read. Under the 6th schedule of the Indian Constitution, autonomy can be given to certain tribal areas in the northeast region in few specific states. So this provides for the devolution of powers. Certain subjects, right, they are devolved from the central government towards the autonomous councils. A similar arrangement was promised here, where the Sri Lankan government would give up certain subjects and allow the provincial councils to look after their own governance and administration. Which means these provincial councils will have their own elections, democratic elections, where Tamil parties will contest. So Tamil representatives, they will represent the region, they will form the provincial governments, and they can look after their own administration under Sri Lanka's sovereignty. So in a way, Sri Lanka's sovereignty is not threatened. The Tamil areas are not breaking away. They're part of Sri Lanka itself, under the Sri Lankan sovereignty and constitution, but with limited autonomy. In few selected subjects, in important subjects, powers will be devolved so that the provincial councils, which are elected governments, they can look after the administration of these subjects, which will provide for protecting Tamil rights. It will provide for the welfare of the Tamil people, finally. This key promise was made by Sri Lanka. Is that clear? Now let me tell you what happened after the accord. So all these promises were made by both the sides. LTT also said that yes, we'll surrender, we'll give up our weapons. Then Sri Lanka said, we'll pull out our troops, we'll bring them back to barracks, we'll call for a ceasefire, we'll not target the LTT, and we'll implement the 13th Amendment. So based on this hope, India deployed the IPKF. India deployed the IPKF into Sri Lanka to enforce that ceasefire. Remember, it was a peacekeeping mission. It was not a combat mission. Indian troops were being deployed to maintain peace between the two sides, to ensure that the ceasefire is maintained and upheld till stability comes back and till the 13th Amendment is fully implemented. But to the shock and surprise of India, both the entities would betray India. After going back, after the peace accord, both LTTE and the Sri Lankan government, They both backstabbed India in a very, very bad way. The LTT refused to surrender because LTT feared that Sri Lanka will target them. If they lay down their arms, the radical Sinhala Buddhists and Sri Lankan forces will wipe them out. This was a threat that LTT believed in. Even after making a promise to surrender, they refused to surrender. Prabhakaran, he rejected the accord after that. Sri Lanka did not implement the ceasefire, did not pull back the troops. Now, Indian troops had already been deployed. The problem was IPKF was unprepared for what would happen later. As I told you, it's not a military mission, it's not a combat mission. They're not prepared for a war. They were sent as a peacekeeping force just to maintain peace. They didn't even have enough intelligence. They didn't have updated maps, right? The concerned agencies like RAW, IB, who knew more about LTT, they wouldn't share all the information because it was part of a covert operation. They wouldn't share all the details with the IPKF. So IPKF became a sitting duck in Sri Lanka. The Indian forces that were sent, they became the target of these two entities because both had a grudge against India. LTT blamed India for all the problems. Now LTT saw that India never believed in Tamil Eelam cause. What is LTT's objective? To form a Tamil nation. Now it realized India never wanted a Tamil nation to be formed. It was simply using the militant group for geopolitics to gain leverage on Sri Lanka's government. So Prabhakaran declared war against India. Now he said India is the target. Rajiv Gandhi is the target. Because India has betrayed the Tamil cause. India has betrayed LTTE. They never supported us for creating a Tamil state, for protecting Tamil rights. They were simply using us to play geopolitics with Sri Lanka. So based on this, LTT rejected the peace accord and declared war against the IPKF. Similarly, Sri Lankan government had a grudge against India because Sri Lanka knew what kind of support India had given before. Sri Lanka knew that India's RAW had trained the LTT, supplied funds and weapons to them, used them as a proxy, right, to destabilize Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka blamed India for all the problems without acknowledging its own mistakes. And it was waiting for an opportunity to target India. So both the sides colluded secretly to target IPKF. It is believed, it is alleged that Sri Lankan government and forces and intelligence agencies, they were aware where Indian troops were being deployed. They leaked this sensitive information to LTTE. The two enemies secretly started working together to target the Indian troops because both of them blamed India for all the problems. This was an absolute nightmare for India. Is that clear? Essentially, the Sri Lankan forces, the Sri Lankan government and intelligence agencies, they wanted revenge against India. They knew where Indian troops are being deployed. Right? They themselves couldn't target Indian troops. That would be a war between India and Sri Lanka then. So what they did, they secretly leaked the information to the militants who were also waiting to target IPKF. And LTT started targeting the Indian troops. This became a disastrous involvement. We lost almost 900 to 1,000 soldiers over the next 3 years. From 1987 to 1990, Indian troops were deployed here under the IPKF mission. And it turned out to be a disastrous involvement for India. This was an outright betrayal by both the sides. LTT refused to abide by the accord. It did not surrender. It declared a war on India and decided to target IPKF troops. Sri Lanka as well went back on its commitment. It never fully implemented 13th Amendment. It only provided a partial implementation, which I'm going to explain a little later. 13th Amendment was partially implemented compared to what was promised. Only a partial implementation was done, but the ceasefire was not truly followed, and India has reasons to believe that Sri Lanka leaked the information of Indian troops to LTTE so they could target the Indian troops. So over the next 2 to 3 years, a brutal conflict ensued in Sri Lanka, where IPKF was targeted by the LTTE. It became a military mission, a counter-insurgency operation, for which the IPKF was never prepared for. Every day, Indian soldiers were coming back in body bags. The war became extremely unpopular. Public opinion turned negative in India. This covert involvement of India became very, very controversial. By then, Rajiv Gandhi government had fallen. By 1988, because of the Bofors scandal, right? Rajiv Gandhi's government had collapsed. And this was also one of the reasons. The war in Sri Lanka and the targeting of IPKF had created a lot of backlash in India. It became very unpopular with the public and the media and the opposition. There was a lot of pressure on the government. And after Rajiv Gandhi government collapsed, there were two coalition governments which further mishandled the situation. In 1989, 1990, right, during that period, there were two coalition governments which mishandled the entire situation. They didn't pay enough attention, leading to even more targeting of the Indian troops. Finally, this war had become so unpopular, right, that we had lost almost 1,000 soldiers. And as a result, IPKF was withdrawn. So basically, the peace accord was a failure, right? The peace accord was a failure. 13th Amendment was partially implemented. Indian troops were targeted, and now LTTE had become even more stronger, popular, and influential. Because it had defeated the Indian troops, it had pushed out the Indian troops. By 1990, the losses were so severe for India that India pulled back the IPKF, which was seen as a defeat for India. A militant group had defeated Indian troops. That is how it got perceived, thus increasing the popularity and the image of LTTE. Is that clear? So this was a disastrous involvement for India. Right from the beginning, the covert war, the civil war that broke out, right, the peace accord and the failure of the peace accord, all of this turned out to be very, very controversial for India. This was a setback for our foreign policy, for our intelligence operations as well. Now, let us see the 13th Amendment. Let us understand why 13th Amendment has been partially implemented. Let us understand why there has been a partial implementation. Let us take a look. See, under 13th Amendment, devolution was promised. Correct? Provincial autonomy had been promised. Elections had been promised. But in reality, only some of the provisions were implemented. For example, Tamil was finally declared as one of the official languages along with Sinhalese. The 13th Amendment was enacted. The Sri Lankan Parliament did pass the 13th Amendment. But only few provisions were enacted. Only some of the promises that were made were fulfilled, while the rest was diluted. Tamil became an official language finally, giving equal recognition, right? Thus upholding the linguistic cultural rights of Tamils. But however, the devolution of powers was not complete. Provincial councils were set up. Provincial councils were set up. Autonomy was given, but it is highly limited to few subjects. Very few subjects have been devolved. Key subjects such as land, then police, law and order. These are critical subjects which were supposed to be devolved to the provincial council, but they have been retained by the Sri Lankan government. The Sri Lankan government has retained these key powers to itself. It has not devolved these powers. Please understand this. Key subjects like land, police, and law and order, they have been kept with the central government itself. They have not been devolved to provincial councils. So provincial councils that have been set up, they have been basically given limited autonomy. This is just a limited devolution of powers. And even the elections are not regular. Sri Lanka has failed to hold regular elections to provincial councils over the years, thus subverting the provincial councils and their autonomy. Now, this is the reason why the topic is relevant even today. India keeps saying that Sri Lanka has only provided for a partial implementation of the promised 13th Amendment. Implementing 13th Amendment fully as per the 1987 Peace Accord is crucial for protecting and upholding Tamil rights. And India stands for this even today. Even Prime Minister Vajpayee, then Manmohan Singh, and the Modi government, they've all consistently supported Tamil rights in Sri Lanka. They have called for full implementation of 13th Amendment. This is why you have to understand the background. Is that clear? Every time India Sri Lanka meet each other, we remind them that 13th Amendment has not been fully implemented. We have tried pushing Sri Lanka again and again to fully implement 13th Amendment to provide for greater devolution of powers, to devolve key subjects like land, police, and law and order, and hold regular periodic elections. This is missing. Provincial councils are there. It has been set up. At least for the sake of it, autonomy has been given. Powers have been devolved, but only in some subjects, basic subjects. In some areas of governance, few taxation powers, etc. have been given. But all the key powers related to police, then other financial powers, law and order, land, all these key subjects have been kept with the central government itself. So it's because of the failure of full implementation, we bring this issue again. Even today in 2023, we revisit this issue and we urge Sri Lanka to fully implement 13th Amendment and hold regular elections and to devolve more power so that Tamil rights can be protected and upheld. This is one way of doing justice to the Tamil community, which has suffered a lot in Sri Lanka. Right? The Tamil civilians who have suffered, they deserve justice, they deserve equal rights. That is why India fights for this even today. We support the full implementation of 13th Amendment. Is that clear? So please understand this. What were the provisions? What was the 1987 Peace Accord? What was India's involvement in the conflict? All these details you have to be familiar with. It's very, very important even in today's context. So this completes one important phase of Sri Lanka's civil war. But this is not the end of the story. There is much more to it. Don't think the civil war ended. After IPKF was pulled out, after India took a step back, LTT became even more powerful because now it could claim that it had defeated the mighty Indian troops. They had pushed out Indian troops from Sri Lanka, right? So LTT became even more popular and it got even more funding and support from around the world, right? It built contacts around the world. It would send its agents to several countries to contact Tamil diaspora, to raise sympathy for the Tamil cause and generate funds and donations. Very quickly, LTTE was mobilizing massive funds on its own and it was getting involved in organized crime. It had been involved in drugs and arms smuggling. There is always a link between terrorism and organized crime. The two are interconnected. Terror and insurgent groups, they always rely on criminal activities like drug trafficking, arms smuggling to raise funds for their operations. So LTTE quickly became a pioneer of this. It started dominating the Indian Ocean. Across the Indian Ocean, it would build contacts with various criminal organizations, right? Even terror groups and hostile intelligence agencies. And it would work for these cartels, smuggling drugs, smuggling arms, raising donations from abroad, from the diaspora community. So it became a stronger outfit. And in 1991, it did something that was even more disastrous. In 1991, fresh elections had been called in India because the coalition governments had mentioned, right? They were weak coalition governments. They didn't have numbers in the parliament. They fell within few months, right? In 88, 89, we had one coalition government, and then till 1991, there was one more coalition government. So both the coalition governments had fallen, and fresh elections had been called in India. Now, Rajiv Gandhi was back in the electoral contest. As the leader of the Congress, the Indian National Congress, he was leading his party, contesting the elections, and this time his popularity was back. His popularity had been affected in 87 because of the Bofors scandal, because of the war in Sri Lanka and how IPKF troops were targeted. His popularity, his image had taken a hit. But now Rajiv Gandhi had come back stronger. He had built popular support, right? His charges, corruption charges were never proven against him, right? By and large, he came out clean. And very quickly, he got popular support across the country. So in the run-up to 91 elections, it was widely predicted that the Congress will win a full majority. Because of the coalition governments and the instability, people were frustrated with such coalition governments, and there was a clear inclination towards one party. And all opinion polls indicated that Congress will win with a full majority. And obviously, Rajiv Gandhi would become the prime minister as the leader of the party. Now, this development was seen as a threat by LTTE because Rajiv Gandhi, during the election campaign, he kept announcing that if he is elected as the prime minister, if his party is brought into power, the first thing he'll do in foreign policy is to wipe out LTTE in Sri Lanka. He had made an electoral promise. Since it had targeted IPKF troops, hurt Indian interests, and threatened Sri Lanka's stability, Rajiv Gandhi, as a prime ministerial candidate, he had already declared war against LTTE. Even in the manifesto of the Congress, the electoral manifesto, right, the Congress had made a promise under the foreign policy section to work with Sri Lanka to help the Sri Lankan government and forces to neutralize LTTE, which was a security threat for the entire region and the world. So an open commitment was made in the run-up to the elections. Now this got Prabhakaran worried. Prabhakaran, who was aware of the opinion poll results, right? All media outlets, opinion polls, they widely predicted Congress to win a full majority, and Rajiv Gandhi was widely expected to come back as the prime minister. It means, right, if he was allowed to contest the elections and become the prime minister, he would target LTTE with Sri Lanka, this time cooperating with Sri Lanka to rectify our ties with Sri Lanka. So this made Prabhakaran declare Rajiv Gandhi as a target. The LTTE placed a target on Rajiv Gandhi himself. Now the goal was to prevent him from winning the elections. So thus began a notorious conspiracy to assassinate the former Prime Minister of India. The objective was to prevent him from even contesting the elections. Before the elections, take him out so LTTE can survive. So this was a very ambitious, notorious plan, and LTTE deployed its suicide bombers for this mission. They made many attempts, but they failed initially. But finally, one of the suicide squads, they got to Rajiv Gandhi in Tamil Nadu. Rajiv Gandhi was on an election campaign, right? There's a place called Sri Perumbudur on the outskirts of Chennai, right? Between Chennai and Kanchipuram, you have a place called Sri Perumbudur. So there a massive electoral rally had been organized. So Rajiv Gandhi, who was delivering the speech, right, he was approached by LTTE suicide bombers who blew themselves up, thus assassinating India's former prime minister. Now, this came as the second biggest setback for India. See, again, it's not about just the leader of the party. It's about the office they hold. A former prime minister being assassinated by a terrorist group, right? That too within years of a sitting prime minister being assassinated by another terrorist organization. So these back-to-back assassinations came as a huge setback for India's intelligence and security community. This was a clear security and intelligence failure, right? Our covert war in Sri Lanka had gone the wrong way. India had messed up. Multiple mistakes had been made. So this involvement became even more unpopular. In India, there was a rise of public opinion after Rajiv Gandhi was assassinated that we should stop getting involved with LTTE and in Sri Lanka. So as a result, India was forced to take a step back. For the next 1 decade, from 1991 till 2001, India had to retreat. We had to push back, scale down our involvement, and this allowed LTTE to become even more powerful and influential. Now imagine what LTTE had achieved. It had destabilized Sri Lanka, raised the Tamil nationalist flag. It had targeted Sri Lanka, pushed out Indian troops, targeted Indian troops, and now it had assassinated a former Indian Prime Minister. So it had become a notorious terrorist organization, and day by day it was becoming even more powerful because there was less pressure, especially from India. Because of Rajiv Gandhi's assassination, right? There was no public support for India's further involvement in Sri Lanka. The Narasimha Rao government and the subsequent governments, they wouldn't support Raw's involvement or any Indian involvement in Sri Lanka because right now it had become too controversial, too problematic. This allowed LTT the space to organize, to raise more funds, to build a stronger militant force. And by 2001, it had become the world's second most dangerous terrorist organization, according to the UN and the United States. When the 9/11 attacks happened, which was carried out by Al Qaeda, this terror attack led US to declare a global war on terrorism. Remember, we had discussed this under India-Pakistan and India-Afghanistan. When Al Qaeda carried out the 9/11 attacks in 2001, right? Ironically, today marks the anniversary, September 11th, right? So, following this attack in 2001, US declared a global war on terrorism, on all forms of terrorism. Because Al Qaeda attacks had exposed the links between terrorism, organized crime, and money laundering. These links had become very clear. For the first time, we were seeing how terror groups work closely with criminal cartels that smuggle drugs, weapons, and other commodities, and how they use money laundering channels to move their funds around, how they use Hawala transactions, right? These links had become very clear and evident. So US, the UN, the Financial Action Task Force, and many other powers, they had declared a global war on terrorism to target the links of terrorists with criminal groups and money laundering networks. So as part of this global war on terrorism, LTTE came under the spotlight. As UN, US, and every country were focusing on targeting terrorism and their links with criminal groups and money laundering channels, the spotlight fell on LTTE because by 2001, it had become one of the most notorious terrorist organizations in the world. It was considered as the second most dangerous after Al Qaeda. Believe it or not, by 2001, LTTE had built a small navy and air force of its own. That was its capability. Not even Al Qaeda possessed naval and aerial assets. LTTE became the only terrorist outfit to possess its own sea-based assets and aerial assets. By using all the funds it had generated, it had procured fast-moving vessels. It had procured small aircrafts to carry out aerial strikes or suicide missions from the air. So this made LTTE a global threat. By now, it had links with Lashkar-e-Toiba, Al Qaeda, and many other terrorist organizations. Reportedly, it had ties with ISI of Pakistan as well. So now the spotlight fell on LTTE, and as a result, there was a crackdown on all these terrorist organizations. This brought a lot of pressure on the LTTE, and India joined these efforts. We worked with US and other countries and global bodies as part of this global fight against terrorism to tackle organized crime, money laundering, right? India was obviously a key partner. Remember, I had mentioned how India-US relations transformed after 2001, after 9/11 attacks, and we started sharing intelligence with each other. We started cooperating in counter-terror operations. So this led to pressure on LTTE as well. It weakened the group and it pushed LTTE to negotiate. Because of this global pressure, its funding channels were cut off. It had no place to run and hide. So there was global pressure on the LTTE. Finances were drying up. It didn't have a support base that it could enjoy. So as a result, it agreed for a ceasefire in 2002. Following the ceasefire, negotiations began between LTTE and the Sri Lankan government that would be mediated by Norway. This was an attempt to resolve the conflict through talks. See, Norway is a neutral country. There are few geopolitically neutral countries. Let me know if you know any of them. Let me know in the comments. I'll look at it after the break. There are few countries which have officially declared themselves as geopolitically neutral. They don't take sides in any conflict. These countries, they offer themselves for mediation. Norway is one of them. Norway has mediated between Israel and Palestinian terrorist organizations. If you have heard of the Oslo Accords related to Israel and Palestine, it was mediated through Norway. Norway acted as a neutral mediator, allowing Israel to negotiate with the Palestinian Liberation Organization. That led to a few peace agreements being signed called Oslo Accords in 1990s. It has even offered to mediate between India and Pakistan as a neutral mediator. But of course, India has rejected it because we don't allow third-party involvement in the Kashmir dispute. So Norway has a history of acting as a neutral mediator. It offers itself to help two parties who are in conflict to work out a settlement. So India couldn't get directly involved because there was no appetite. Plus, there was a backlash in Tamil Nadu. If India got directly involved in Tamil Nadu, there would be a flare-up. I'll discuss this after the break. Since Indian interests were getting divided, on one hand, we had to protect Tamil minorities, stand up for their rights. On the other hand, we needed Sri Lanka to be a good friend, a close friend, because there were many threats rising in the Indian Ocean by 2001. So India was trying to balance the two. In the middle of this, problems would be created in Tamil Nadu's politics, which would put tremendous political pressure on the central government. This pressure from Tamil Nadu would force the center to not support Sri Lanka's government in any way. This compromised India's foreign policy and interests in Sri Lanka, and we were forced to take a backseat. India could have actually played a more positive role. But because of political pressure from Tamil Nadu, India took a backseat and allowed Norway to mediate to work out a settlement between LTT and the Sri Lankan government. These talks progressed for 3 years, from 2002 to 2005. All right, the talks were progressing. But all of a sudden, the talks were suspended by the new government. In 2005, a new government came to power under a controversial leader, Mahinda Rajapaksa. You would have heard about him. Mahinda Rajapaksa became the leader, the prime minister of the country, the president, sorry. He became the president of Sri Lanka in 2005. And under this new government, the talks were suspended. The talks, which were mediated by Norway between the government and LTT, they were called off abruptly. And the last phase of the civil war was declared by Mahinda Rajapaksa. This marked another escalation of tensions, leading to further conflict. And finally, LTT was wiped out in 2009. Is that clear? So we will discuss this a little more after a short break. It's 6:50 right now. Take a 15 minutes break. Come back by 7:05. All right. We will discuss what happened after the talks with Norway was cancelled. Right? Why Mahinda Rajapaksa took the step. Why he escalated the war and declared a last phase of the civil war. We'll discuss all of this and understand how it affected India's interests. We have many interesting topics after the break, so I'll see you back at 7:05. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the session. So, before the break, I had given you one small question. Which countries have declared neutrality in geopolitics? Some countries, they have stated through their resolutions or through their constitution itself, right, that they are neutral geopolitically, meaning they don't join military alliances. They don't they don't seek to be a part of any military clubs. And in conflicts which are going on, they don't take sides. Rather, they provide a neutral mediation, right, to try and resolve some of the conflicts that are going on. So Norway, we just studied, is one such country which has declared neutrality, right? Which are the other countries? So I see in the comments that many of you have given the right answer. Switzerland is one of them. Then Austria. Austria, even though it doesn't mediate today, during the Cold War period, when Cold War was raging between US and Soviet Union, it acted as a neutral place. In fact, when US and Soviet Union, when they captured the spies of each other's countries, they would exchange the spies, usually in Austria, in Vienna, because it was a neutral country. Switzerland, even today, is neutral. It sometimes it offers to mediate as well. All right. Then there's a Central Asian country, Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan also has declared neutrality. So there are some countries like these which have declared neutrality in geopolitics, especially when it comes to military alliances and wars and conflicts. Is that clear? Now let's look at some doubts and questions and then I'll resume the discussion. Vivek is asking, what are the advancements done in Delhi Declaration? I think Vivek is referring to the G20 Delhi Declaration. We'll discuss this separately. At the end, we'll have a small discussion on G20, given the importance of the summit since India held the presidency. There were many positive outcomes. So I will discuss G20 and Delhi Declaration separately. Don't worry. Next, Sakshi is asking, at the start, didn't IPKF know about LTTE? But this lasted for 3 years. Then why didn't RAW provide information about LTTE to IPKF? See, this is a problem when it comes to intelligence agencies. They often don't share information with other institutions. It's not that they're working against the country or against other institutions, but that is how intelligence agencies usually operate. Since they involve themselves in covert activities, right? Their operations, their activities are meant to be secret. They have to protect their methods of operation. They have to protect their sources, their assets. They can't reveal their identities. So many times there is a problem within governments, not just in India, but around the world. Even in US, there is this jurisdictional conflict between different institutions. Like, for example, the CIA doesn't share all the information with FBI, right? FBI will not share all the information with CIA or with the armed forces of the US. The same problem exists in India as well. This has to do with interdepartmental jurisdictional rivalries between different organs of the state. Intelligence agencies are inherently very secretive about their operations. And the same thing happened in IPKF in the case of Sri Lanka. RAW was not willing to share all the details, provide all the intelligence needed, right? Because it was worried that it could compromise its operations and its sources on the ground. So IPKF troops didn't have valuable intelligence on the ground, which made them easier targets as well. In fact, that is one of the criticisms as well, that different intelligence agencies, armed forces, right, when they're running their own operations, operating in silos, if they don't coordinate, if they don't share information adequately, it always leads to such failures. That is why governments have always tried to build better coordination between different organs of the security agencies. Understood? That is one reason why Rob did not share much information with IPKF. Next, Syed is asking, what is Bofors scandal? Bofors is an artillery gun which India procured from Sweden, right? Even today, it's the backbone of the Indian Army. It's one of the primary artillery guns that we have. So when it was procured back in 1980s, a corruption scandal broke out around it. It was alleged that bribes were paid in the procurement process, right? The allegations were never proven. The case fell apart as well. But it caused a lot of scandal and it even played a role in bringing down the then Rajiv Gandhi government. Priyanshu is asking the last question. Why ceasefire in 2002? What happened to LTTE? As I explained, after the 9/11 attacks in 2001, there was global pressure on all the terrorist groups. As US and Western countries declared a global war on terrorism, they started targeting all the terror networks. they started targeting the support base that comes from criminal cartels like drug cartels, arms trafficking groups. They started targeting money laundering channels because in the 9/11 attacks, Al Qaeda had moved money to fund the attack through money laundering channels, through Hawala transactions. When these links emerged, there was a global pressure, there was global targeting of terror networks, money laundering channels, and organized criminal cartels. So, this brought tremendous pressure on LTTE as well, as it was seen as a notorious dangerous terror group with a mini navy and air force of its own. It was seen as a major threat. So India used the opportunity. We worked with Western countries and dismantled some of the networks that supported such terror groups. So this brought tremendous pressure on LTTE, forcing LTTE to call for a ceasefire, and it led to the start of negotiations for a mediated settlement. All right. So these talks, these peace talks mediated by Norway, it went on for 3 years from 2002 to 2005. The talks were progressing. Everyone was hoping that there would be a negotiated settlement. Maybe we can peacefully resolve this conflict and bring some stability to Sri Lanka. India was guiding these talks behind. We weren't publicly doing it because there was a lot of pressure from Tamil Nadu. There was a lot of backlash and political pressure from Tamil Nadu to not get openly involved. So India was guiding these talks from the behind and allowing Norway to help the two sides to reach a settlement. But right before the peace talks could succeed, there was a change in government in Sri Lanka. A new leader came to power. He brought a new party to power. This was Mahinda Rajapaksa. Mahinda Rajapaksa won the elections and became the president of the country, and immediately the policy of Sri Lanka changed. Now, this is what we will study. This is a very, very important phase in India Sri Lanka relations. From 2005 to 2015, for 2 terms, Mahinda Rajapaksa became the president of the country. And who was Mahinda Rajapaksa? Mahinda Rajapaksa was himself a Sinhala Buddhist. He and his party, they belong to far right-wing ideology. His political ideology is rooted in right-wing politics, favoring religion, promoting religious majoritarianism. So his party relies on support from radical Buddhists as well. He himself holds conservative ideas. So, as a sympathizer of Sinhala Buddhists and radical Buddhists, Mahinda Rajapaksa was obviously seen as someone who wouldn't consider Tamil issues, as someone who wouldn't prioritize Tamil concerns. So, as soon as Mahinda Rajapaksa came to power, he suspended the peace talks. He believed that Sri Lanka should not be talking to a terrorist organization. Even though the talks were progressing well and possibly a negotiated settlement could have been worked out, he suspended the peace talks because he didn't want the government to talk to LTTE. He saw LTTE as a pure terrorist organization and he blamed India for all the problems of Sri Lanka. So essentially, Mahinda Rajapaksa from the beginning was seen as an anti-India figure. Someone who was aligned with Sinhala Buddhist ideology, always seemed to be taking a stand against Tamil minorities, right? He would conveniently blame all the problems on the Tamil minorities and India. So leaders like him, parties like these, they are at the root of the problem in Sri Lanka. They've never acknowledged that it is Sinhala Buddhists who targeted the Tamils in the first place, right? They don't acknowledge the brutal atrocities they have carried out and committed by enabling radical Buddhist organizations. So Mahinda Rajapaksa would openly take a stand against India. He would dismiss Tamil concerns and he declared that talks are not needed. Talks are not needed with such groups, and he called for a full-fledged war. He declared the last phase of the civil war that lasted 3 years from 2006 to 2009. So problems for India hadn't ended. A fresh problem was beginning. During this last phase of the civil war, Mahinda Rajapaksa gave complete powers to the Sri Lankan army. And it's been alleged that the Sri Lankan army misused these powers and committed large-scale human rights violations during this period against Tamil civilians in the name of targeting the LTT. See, there is no doubt that LTT is a terrorist organization. LTT has been responsible for killing Indian soldiers, for assassinating a former Indian Prime Minister. So even from India's point of view, LTT is a terror outfit. Is that clear? Under the UAPA, the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, which is our primary law against terrorism, we have proscribed LTTE as a terrorist outfit. So we have no issues with that. LTT is indeed a terror group. But the problem was the way in which Rajapaksa's government was handling the issue, putting the blame on the Tamils entirely, giving unprecedented powers to the army, using brutal force against Tamil civilians in the name of tackling terrorism. Is that clear? At this point, Sri Lanka's defense minister was his brother, Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Rajapaksa family has been very influential in Sri Lankan politics in the last 2 decades. They had occupied many key positions. Not just his brother, there were many other relatives who occupied key positions in Sri Lankan government when Rajapaksa brothers were in power. So when Mahinda Rajapaksa was the president from 2005 to 2015, he basically won 2 terms. Gotabaya Rajapaksa was the defense minister. So under Gotabaya Rajapaksa, Sri Lankan army was given full-fledged powers to target and wipe out LTT. The mission was to wipe out LTT. No talks, no ceasefire, but eliminate the group through counter-terror operations. This is fine. This is acceptable. Any government would do the same. But the problem was in using these powers to target Tamil civilians. Entire Tamil villages were targeted by Sri Lankan forces. To flush out LTT and get intelligence on them, Tamil civilians were targeted. Women and children were also not spared. Entire villages were targeted. Several innocents were killed. Villages were burnt, leading to mass atrocities in Sri Lanka during this period. Even today, Sri Lanka faces allegations of war crimes and human rights violations and crimes against humanity that have allegedly been carried out during this period. Is that clear? But this war was a success for Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka succeeded in wiping out the LTT. By 2009, most of the networks were destroyed, top leaders were killed and assassinated. And finally, V. Prabhakaran, the founder, the leader of the outfit, he himself was found and assassinated by Sri Lankan forces. So with the assassination of V. Prabhakaran and the decimation of the top and mid leaders, the organization completely broke apart. The organization fell apart completely and LTT was completely neutralized by 2009. Is that clear? So Sri Lanka won the civil war, the last phase of the civil war. So in 2009, the civil war came to an end. The civil war ended in the country. Now, throughout this period, India was facing a very difficult challenge. When the last phase of the civil war was going on, India was caught in a dilemma. On one hand, we wanted to help the Sri Lankan government. We wanted to supply intelligence, provide weapons, so Sri Lanka could target LTT. Because even India wanted LTT to be neutralized completely. Even though we favored a peaceful settlement, once the war started, right, that was the only viable option for us. The then Manmohan Singh government was more than ready and willing to provide this support. Because we had some intelligence on LTT, we could have passed that on. We could have supplied weapons, given open public support to Sri Lanka to target this terror group. But despite this, India could not help Sri Lanka. We could not publicly do this because there was political pressure from Tamil Nadu. Please understand this complex equation. If Sri Lanka uses force to target LTTE, it means Tamil civilians will also be targeted. Human rights violations will happen, war crimes will be committed. So naturally, in Tamil Nadu, the people of Tamil Nadu, the political parties, they associate with the Tamil people in Sri Lanka. They connect with them. Historically, they have backed the Tamil militant movement as well, some of them. From Tamil Nadu, there has been support from the state government, from the police, and from political parties. There has been support towards LTTE to fight for the Tamil cause. So obviously, in Tamil Nadu, there is a concern that it will lead to large-scale human rights violations. This led to a lot of pressure on the coalition government of Manmohan Singh, which pushed India back, and we weren't able to provide direct open support to Sri Lanka. Now you might ask, why would India support Sri Lanka? As I told you, LTTE was a threat to India as well. Even India would have liked to see the LTTE to be wiped out. But apart from that, there was one more reason. There was one more reason which motivated India to help Sri Lanka, but we couldn't do it. The reason why India wanted to help Sri Lanka so badly, the second reason, is because there was a new power in the Indian Ocean. Starting from early 2000, right? China had become a major economy with significant military power. It was about to emerge as a global power, and it wanted to dominate the Indo-Pacific. So from early 2000, that is in the last 25 years, we started seeing the rise of Chinese military presence and diplomatic presence all across Indian Ocean. And Sri Lanka was a prime target for China, right? Because of Sri Lanka's proximity to India, right? And the complex relations we have with Sri Lanka became a top focus for China. And China also knew that Sri Lanka is a strategic location as far as global shipping routes are concerned in the Indo-Pacific, right? So because of economic reasons, strategic reasons, China started stepping up its presence and influence, and China became very, very close to Mahinda Rajapaksa. Historically, China has been seen as very close to the Rajapaksa family. Even Gotabaya Rajapaksa, they're all seen as pro-China leaders who openly favor China and Chinese influence and presence in Sri Lanka and in the Indian Ocean. And not just that, they even take anti-India positions at the behest of China. That is what India had noticed. On several strategic issues, on important investments, on key projects, on all such issues, India started noticing that the Rajapaksa government was acting against Indian interests. Is that clear? See, the problem here was, since India couldn't openly support Sri Lanka and Rajapaksa in their war against LTTE, Rajapaksa believed that India is still with LTTE, that India is not able to overcome pressure from Tamil Nadu and not able to give support to us. Whereas China stepped in. China started providing massive funds, started supplying weapons that was needed to support the Rajapaksa government in defeating and wiping out LTTE. China even arranged diplomatic support at the global level to back Sri Lanka in the last phase of the civil war, especially when war crime allegations came up, when human rights violations were raised against Rajapaksa government. China, especially at the United Nations and also at the UN Human Rights Council, when these issues came up, it easily provided direct support to Rajapaksa government. It protected Sri Lanka from international pressure and also supplied funds and weapons during the last phase of the civil war. Is that clear? This is something India couldn't do. We were caught in between. And this is another example of regional and coalition politics derailing India's foreign policy. Remember, we studied this under India Bangladesh as well. We studied how domestic politics at the national level and regional coalition politics from West Bengal, that pressure from West Bengal, how it derailed our ties with Bangladesh, how we couldn't sign key agreements like Teesta water sharing agreement, land boundary agreement, etc. So this is another example, similar example, where politics in Tamil Nadu, regional politics in Tamil Nadu, and the pressure from coalition partners. Because at this point, the DMK was a major supporter of the Manmohan Singh government, the UPA government. As you know, UPA government was a coalition government dependent on support from various parties, regional parties. Not just DMK, even other political parties in Tamil Nadu, like AIDMK, the Vaiko faction, they've all supported the Tamil cause in Sri Lanka in different ways. Some have directly backed LTTE and militants as well. Some have expressed moral, political support. And whenever there is a crisis, whenever Tamils are targeted, especially during the last phase of the civil war, political parties in Tamil Nadu have raised this issue at the national level and they have put tremendous pressure on the central government. So, on India's side, right, if it was just the central government, realistic foreign policy would dictate that we should help Sri Lanka's government. Whether Mahinda Rajapaksa is in favor of China or India doesn't matter. We should still go out and help Rajapaksa government to defeat LTT because that was the right thing to do. LTT was a threat for India as well, a terrorist group, right? So by some with intelligence, with funds and weapons, we could have won their favor. We could have gained leverage on Sri Lanka's government through which we could have protected Tamil civilians. We could have put pressure on Sri Lanka that will not give you funds if you target Tamil civilians, will not send you weapons if you target Tamil civilians. But we couldn't do that because there was pressure coming from Tamil Nadu. Even though in Tamil Nadu, the political parties wanted the well-being of Tamil civilians, their pressure had an adverse impact. The government couldn't openly go out and support Rajapaksa. We couldn't give diplomatic support at UN, especially at UNHRC. Whereas China managed to provide all the required support. India had kept its eyes on China. We knew what China was doing. Its influence, presence was rising. Right? China was getting closer to Rajapaksa brothers. The only way India could have countered that was by providing intelligence, providing funds, investments, and supplying weapons to defeat LTT. That would have helped us hit two birds with one stone. We could have cut off Chinese influence, right? Protected Indian influence and protected Tamil civilians by using the leverage on the Sri Lankan government. But we couldn't do both because of the pressure from Tamil Nadu, where DMK threatened to quit the government. If DMK had quit, the government of India would have collapsed. So as a result of regional coalition politics, the pressure coming from Tamil Nadu, our foreign policy towards Sri Lanka got compromised, which made it easier for China to get closer to the Rajapaksa government. See, this would have happened either ways. China was anyways interested in stepping up its strategic influence. Using its money, power, and influence, it would have still won the favor of Rajapaksa government. But India could have counterbalanced this through our own support, right? Through our own diplomatic, financial, weapon, military support. We could have helped Rajapaksa and we could have also balanced it out and protected our interests and forced Rajapaksa to protect Tamil civilians as well. But we lost the opportunity. We couldn't do this because of tremendous political pressure from Tamil Nadu. When the last phase of the civil war was going on, India had to secretly provide intelligence and weapons without informing this in the public because there was pressure from Tamil Nadu. We gave only limited support, whereas China came out openly, gave massive funds and weapons that helped Rajapaksa to wipe out LTT. So India couldn't do that, whereas China did give that support. So this made Rajapaksa even more closer to China. Then the matter of human rights violations. After the war ended, there were many investigations in the Western countries. There were several Western media outlets and organizations based out of US, Canada, and Europe. They all conducted investigations into the alleged human rights violations, and they brought up evidence to show how Sri Lankan forces had committed atrocities against Tamil civilians. Based on this, a resolution was moved at UN Human Rights Council in 2012 calling for UN intervention, calling for an independent investigation to hold Sri Lanka accountable for war crimes and human rights violations. The army chief, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, Mahinda Rajapaksa, they were charged with these violations and war crimes. And UN picked up the resolution and it was about to vote on this resolution. At this crucial point, Sri Lanka sought support from both India and China. Now see, India follows an independent foreign policy. We don't just listen to what Western countries are saying. Yes, we know Sri Lanka has committed atrocities. Human rights violations have happened. But if you look at the larger picture, the war ended, LTT was wiped out. And right now, India's bigger concern was rising influence of China. So logically, to counter China, the Manmohan Singh government wanted to support Rajapaksa's government during this UNHRC vote. The Manmohan Singh government had announced this, that we are going to vote against this resolution sponsored by Western countries, which means we will support Rajapaksa, we'll support Sri Lanka, we'll protect them because UNHRC is interfering. We saw this as a unilateral action by Western countries. See, Western countries raise the issue of human rights and democracy only in some select countries. They selectively target few countries. Whereas in other countries where there are even more serious war crimes and human rights violations, they work closely with those governments. Basically, Western governments are also hypocritical. They are only serving their self-interest. They're not truly interested in human rights or democracy, right? They work with many African dictatorships. They work with authoritarian governments in West Asia, which commit mass human rights atrocities. Over them, they don't bring any resolutions. But only some countries like Myanmar, Sri Lanka, they target them. Why? Because they try to counter Chinese influence. So India knows the game. So we don't support such resolutions, even though it's true that Rajapaksa had violated human rights. So by following a realistic policy like we did in Myanmar, we had decided to support Sri Lanka to protect the Rajapaksa government, because if we don't, then China would give that support. So we had decided to vote against this Western resolution. But at the last minute, there was tremendous pressure from Tamil Nadu, from all the parties, especially from the DMK. Because DMK was in government. It was a coalition partner of the central government. If DMK pulled out, the government of India would collapse. Right? Essentially, the central government was again blackmailed. And this is the problem with coalition politics. Again, coalition politics and regional political pressure from Tamil Nadu derailed our foreign policy. At the last minute, India was forced to change its vote. Even though the Manmohan Singh government had shown a public inclination that we are going to protect Sri Lanka, we'll defeat this resolution by bringing all influence together, right? We'll not support this Western resolution. But at the last minute, the decision had to be changed. And since DMK was blackmailing to quit and the government would have collapsed, the government of India went ahead and voted against Sri Lanka, meaning we supported this resolution. So China brought its influence and supported Sri Lanka diplomatically. So now Rajapaksa government was angry. Mahinda Rajapaksa was furious that India didn't give the support, that India supported the resolution sponsored by the Western countries. This further derailed our relations with Sri Lanka. China became even more influential and powerful, whereas we lost our influence. The same thing happened again in 2013. There was another resolution moved calling for an independent investigation, right? China would bring its influence and block this, but India couldn't give the support. So this happened 2 times consecutively, which pushed Rajapaksa away from India. It turned the Rajapaksa government to become even more hostile against India, and he would become a pro-China leader quite openly. During this period, the PLA Navy, it started bringing its naval ships and even its nuclear-powered submarines carrying nuclear weapons on board, started docking them at the strategic Colombo port, which represented a major threat for India. Chinese investments went up. China started winning all the strategic projects. There were several key infrastructure projects, connectivity projects, which India was interested in, but Rajapaksa handed them over, gifted them all to China. Right from the beginning, Rajapaksa was a pro-China leader, attracted by Chinese influence, Chinese money. Right? Later, it has been revealed that his government was very corrupt, taking loans and funds, diverting them, promoting corruption, and personally enriching their own family while pushing Sri Lanka into a debt crisis and a debt burden. Right? But at this point, China won all the key strategic infrastructure and connectivity projects, whereas India was sidelined. India was sidelined from all these projects. Plus, Chinese Navy was freely allowed to enter the Indian Ocean, dock in Sri Lankan waters, that towards strategic ports like Colombo, which is hardly any distance from India. Is that clear? Later, I'll show you some projects that China has taken up. You will see the India-China competition in Sri Lanka. We'll compare our investments and projects. So during this phase, from 2005 to 2015, essentially, China's influence went up, our influence got compromised. Is that clear? We weren't able to help Rajapaksa during the last phase of the war. We couldn't give them diplomatic support at UNHRC, primarily because of pressure from Tamil Nadu. So as India was caught in this dilemma, China easily went ahead, gave all the support needed, and ensured that it gained the influence. It won all key projects, brought its naval vessels and nuclear submarines, posing a direct threat to Indian security interests. So this was a tense period for India. We saw the rise of Chinese influence and a complete derailment of our relations with Sri Lanka. Is that clear? In 2014, and also recently in 2019 as well, another UNHRC resolution was brought up by Western countries. After 2012 and 2013, in 2014 and 2019, again, Sri Lanka was accused of war crimes and crimes against humanity. And UNHRC resolution was again pushed by Western countries. But this time, since we had a majority government, which does not depend on coalition partners, the Modi government was able to withstand pressure from Tamil Nadu, and we supported Sri Lanka by abstaining from the vote. We didn't vote in favor of Sri Lanka. Please understand. Previously, we had voted against, which means we had voted for the resolution. But this time, even the Modi government had the numbers, even though it wasn't under political pressure from Tamil Nadu, we just abstained from the vote. At all these UN bodies, when resolutions are brought up, there are three options available to the members. Either you vote yes, you support the resolution, you vote against it, which means you don't support the resolution, or you take a middle stand, you abstain. You say that we'll not cast a vote, we'll just abstain, we'll walk out. Now, this is not indecisiveness, please understand. In international relations, sometimes not making a decision in itself is a decision. Deciding not to vote, deciding to abstain from the vote itself is a decision, because that is sending a message across. Now, look at Russia-Ukraine war. Right? Against Russia, multiple resolutions were brought up. Every time India abstained. What does it mean? It means we are striking a balance. On one hand, we are balancing Western countries and balancing our ties with Russia. We're doing both by abstaining. So with Sri Lanka as well, the Modi government has abstained from these votes at UNHRC. If we wanted, we could have given full support to Rajapaksa. But we didn't do that. We have abstained, and there's a reason. By abstaining, India is sending a message that, see, if needed, we are ready to protect Sri Lanka. We understand Western countries have their own agenda, right? They try to interfere in small countries in the name of human rights. We know that. So we don't support such unilateral efforts. So we will block the resolution, we'll bring the support needed, and we'll protect your country. We'll not allow investigations to happen. But at the same time, we want you to protect Tamil civilians, uphold their rights, because it has been so many years since the war ended, and even now Tamils are suffering. So this is one leverage for us. By abstaining, we are sending a message that if you don't protect the Tamils, we'll vote against you. But if you protect the Tamil rights and interests, we will protect Sri Lanka, right? We'll not support the resolution, rather we'll abstain. So that is the balanced stand that India has been taking. Even though we could have voted yes or no, right? Deliberate indecisiveness has been shown by abstaining from the vote, because it sends a message to Sri Lanka that whoever is in power, that India expects them to protect the Tamils, uphold their rights, provide justice for them. For all the historical atrocities they have faced, justice has to be provided. Accountability should be there, right? Even now we are pushing for an independent investigation, but which is owned by Sri Lanka, not by foreign countries. India wants a transparent investigation to happen regarding the human right violations and war crimes that are alleged. We want Sri Lanka to do this on its own, so that justice is done, accountability is provided. The guilty ministers, officers who carried out human right violations, they should be punished, right? So that is the stand India is taking. By abstaining, we are sending a message that protect Tamils, protect their rights, or else we'll vote against you. See, we are showing that we can protect Sri Lanka from international pressure. We are ready to do that if you protect Tamils. If you don't, we'll vote against you. So that is the stand India has been taking in the previous UNHRC resolutions that have come up. Is that clear? See, again, we are not praising one party or criticizing another party in India. This is different pressure points. It's a very complex equation in a game. So let's not get into which party did what, right? It's not that Congress is to be blamed, BJP is to be blamed, or one party did great, it had great achievements, other didn't. Don't get into that. That's for politicians, that's for a political debate. As far as the exam is concerned, look at this from a political and geopolitical point of view. Understand how regional pressure does play a role in foreign policy. Even though foreign policy is a union subject, states have no role to play actually, right? Union government has complete discretion to take decisions as far as foreign policy of the country is concerned. But still, regional pressure can influence foreign policy. Domestic issues can influence foreign policy. Is that clear? There can be pressure from concerned states. Now, let's say we are signing a water sharing agreement with a foreign country. That neighboring state, which shares the river with the foreign country, will of course have a concern. And in a federal setup, the concerns of the state also has to be taken on board. Even though foreign policy is the complete jurisdiction of the central government, listening to the states, generating consensus, building opinion is important. Or else, such regional political pressure, the two under coalition governments, can derail our foreign policy. That is the lesson we should learn from here. All right. So previously, when India couldn't directly support, we were caught in between. It allowed China to promote its influence. And more importantly, problem was Mahinda Rajapaksa. The Rajapaksa brothers inherently were anti-India and pro-China. Even if India had given the support, there's no guarantee they would have favored India. Right? They have a history of acting against Indian interests and favoring Chinese influence in the region. Now, there have been some big changes that have happened. In the recent resolutions, India has abstained from the vote, thus sending a message that we are ready to protect you, but at the same time, we expect you to protect Tamil civilians. But we got a very big breakthrough. This is what helped the Modi government as well to get closer to Sri Lanka. There was a big change. In the 2015 elections, Rajapaksa family was thrown out. Mahinda Rajapaksa was voted out of power. Is that clear? It was a very big turnaround. Mahinda Rajapaksa lost the election, and Maithripala Sirisena, a close friend of India, became the president with Ranil Wickremesinghe, another close friend of India, as the prime minister. Currently, Ranil Wickremesinghe is back. He's leading a unity government following the economic crisis. So from 2015 to 2019, we got friendly leaders in power. There was a friendly government which won the election. So we saw an improvement in relations with India and Sri Lanka. Maithripala Sirisena was someone who would balance India and China. See, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to highlight the India-China competition seen in our region. We have done this with every country, but in Sri Lanka, it's very, very evident. Especially from 2005 to 2015, under Mahinda Rajapaksa, there was a major intense competition between India and China. Right? As I told you, Chinese projects increased, its investments went up, its influence increased, and it started bringing spy vessels, naval ships, and submarines, which would be a direct threat to Indian interests. It was all linked to the civil war, how China helped Rajapaksa in the civil war. Right? They supplied funds, weapons, and diplomatic support was given at UNHRC. Whereas India couldn't do that, as we were caught in between because of political pressure from Tamil Nadu. But this phase was a better phase because the government of India was a majority government, not dependent on coalition partners. Plus, Mahinda Rajapaksa lost the election. His government was thrown out, and a friendly government came in, which would balance the ties between India and China. See, we don't expect our neighbors just to favor India, just to favor us. Any country would like to have ties with multiple powers. We are no one to say that Nepal should not have ties with China or Bangladesh, Sri Lanka should not have ties with China. We can't do that, right? We don't expect that as well. All we want is, we want them to be balanced. We want them to protect our core security and strategic interests. Rest is up to them. Let them take donations from China, funds, loans, investments. Let them take. That's not a problem for us. The problem arises when they allow China to threaten our security and strategic interests. That is what we are against. Is that clear? As a sovereign country, we can't tell them that you can't have ties with them, you can't be friendly with others. Right? India wouldn't do that. We never like to do that as well. And no one would listen to it as well. All we want from our neighbors is that we want them to protect our core interests. There are some core security strategic interests of India. We don't want them to allow countries like China to bring their military assets to threaten us. Right? That is where we draw the red line. Other things are fine. Let them take investments. Let them allow Chinese projects to happen. That's not a major issue. Problem is when our security interests, our influence is directly threatened. Understood? So once Sirisena became the president, because of friendly relations, we signed a historic civil nuclear deal. This is the first time, this is the only nuclear agreement we have signed in the neighborhood. Please remember this. India and Sri Lanka have signed a civil nuclear cooperation agreement. The plan is to assist Sri Lanka in building nuclear power plants to generate electricity. As you know, nuclear power is clean, right? It's cleaner, no greenhouse gas emissions. India has the technology, we have the reactors, the material. We are willing to share that with Sri Lanka, and at the right time, India wants to get involved in Sri Lanka's nuclear energy sector. So amongst all the neighbors, this is the only civil nuclear deal that India has with Sri Lanka. With none of the other neighbors, we have a civil nuclear deal. It's only with Sri Lanka. But however, India is involved in a nuclear power project in Bangladesh. There is a nuclear power plant coming up in Bangladesh called the Ropur nuclear plant. India is part of this. It's actually a Russian project. Bangladesh and Russia, they are jointly building this nuclear project. This is the first nuclear reactor of Bangladesh at Ropur, the Ropur nuclear power plant project. So Russia is bringing the nuclear material, the reactor, the technology, it's building the plant as well. We are playing a side role. We are assisting in some of the construction and safety measures. We are sharing some of our expertise and knowledge, but we are not supplying the nuclear material, the fissile material, the technology or the reactor. All of that is coming from Russia. In fact, Russia itself is executing the project. We are assisting on the side. There's a trilateral involvement between India, Bangladesh, and Russia. We are helping in the construction that to the safety aspects, the safety measures, right? That is being helped out by India. So this is the second project that we are involved in our neighborhood. So in Bangladesh, we have a project going on where Russia is the primary player, but India is also enabling the project. But the first nuclear deal, the agreement that we have signed, is with Sri Lanka. Understood? There is no nuclear project which has started in Sri Lanka, but the agreement has been signed. So for 4 years, the relations were good. A lot of things improved. Indian influence started increasing. We won key projects. Thanks to the friendly government, we won many important projects like West Container Terminal at Colombo Port. We won contracts for many important projects in eastern and northern Sri Lanka. All right, this was good news for India. I'll show you the projects, we'll discuss that. But all of a sudden, there was a constitutional crisis. Sirisena government fell, and following elections, Rajapaksas returned back to power. Rajapaksa brothers were back in 2019-2020. This time, Gotabaya Rajapaksa became the president. The brother who was the defense minister previously, right? He became the president. And Mahinda Rajapaksa, the then president, he became the prime minister. And again, several other family members were brought in to key positions. So once the Rajapaksa family was back into power, they again started creating problems. They started cancelling the projects that were awarded to India by Sirisena government, and they handed them over to Chinese companies. We again saw the same behavior. Clear anti-India stand and a pro-China stand being taken by Rajapaksa government. Even though India was helpful, we were already helping them because by 2020, Sri Lanka was facing an economic crisis. The crisis that you're reading about today, it had already started. The initial stages were there. We were helping out the country, providing them assistance, and still Rajapaksa brothers went against India. That shows their inherent pro-China, anti-India attitude. All the previous projects we had won, the West Container Terminal, several other key projects in northern and eastern Sri Lanka, they were all cancelled, taken away from India, and the same projects were given back to Chinese companies. Now, this is what India doesn't appreciate, right? Where a government is deliberately, in an unfair manner, favoring a hostile threat, allowing them to exercise their hostile influence against India. So this has been a major concern, right? But now things have turned upside down. Until 2020, we had a major headache. Till 2021, 2022, Rajapaksa brothers were causing problems for India. But things have turned upside down because Sri Lanka's economy collapsed. And the blame largely lies with the Rajapaksa government. Is that clear? The rule of the Rajapaksa family from 2005 to 2015, and also the latest rule from 2019, that has been held responsible. Their mismanagement of the economy, along with many other mistakes that Sri Lanka has made. Even other governments have made plenty of mistakes in the last 20-30 years, which has drained the Sri Lankan economy. And last year, as you know, Sri Lanka's economy completely collapsed. It almost went bankrupt. So let's talk about the economic crisis, right? What is it? What caused the crisis? What is India's role? How are we helping out Sri Lanka? Let's discuss this, and then we'll come to the last part of the chapter. So last year, it was reported in early 2022 that Sri Lanka is facing a BOP crisis, balance of payments crisis. Balance of payments is basically the difference between imports and exports. It essentially meant Sri Lanka didn't have enough forex reserves to continue its imports. You can see the graph here. You can see how Sri Lanka's forex reserves have plunged in the last few years. Sri Lanka's forex reserves took a massive hit. It's an exponential fall. Basically, Sri Lanka was going bankrupt in its foreign exchange. Without enough foreign exchange reserves, you can't import anything, right? Your imports will halt, which means essential supplies will be hit. And this triggered massive inflation. causing a huge rise in food prices and a surge in prices of essential commodities. Its forex reserves had depleted, imports became unsustainable, and imports had to be stopped. This was all a result of its mounting foreign debt. Sri Lanka had borrowed so heavily in the last 25 years, right? And the economy had been mismanaged to such an extent that Sri Lanka didn't have money left to pay for the loans it had taken. The root of the problem is foreign debt. Heavy borrowing from foreign lenders was the root of the problem. See, the funding started, the loans that Sri Lanka took, it started with the war. To fund the last phase of the war, Rajapaksa government took massive loans from China to IMF to World Bank and the global financial markets. Right? They raised a lot of external borrowings. After this, they took up many unnecessary projects. They were all a drain on the country's wealth, adding no value to the economy. We'll discuss some of the projects. They took up these unviable projects where thousands of crores were invested. All of this was borrowed money. It was not Sri Lanka's savings. These were borrowed funds. So when the projects failed, obviously Sri Lanka fell into a debt trap, a debt burden. It couldn't repay the loans. Sri Lanka was actually earning a healthy amount of forex reserves every year. It has some critical exports. It has a lot of tourist revenue coming in. So Sri Lanka had a very good, stable economy. But the previous governments, particularly Rajapaksa government, destroyed the economy through unsustainable loans and borrowing. And as I told you, corruption was rampant. Most of the funds received were diverted to enrich the Rajapaksa family, to enrich the radical factions of the Buddhist clerics. This rampant corruption and the destruction of economy, wrong policies, led to this collapse where foreign debt surged exponentially in the last 20 years. Look at the graph here. Look at how foreign debt has exponentially gone up. No wonder forex reserves crashed exponentially as well. Because the loans have to be serviced, the interest has to be paid, right? You have to keep paying the interest and you have to repay the entire loan as well. If you keep borrowing so heavily, that at an exponential rate, and if you're not generating revenue, if you're not earning forex reserves, where will you get the money to pay the loans back? Look at the share of loans taken. 10% from China, 9% from World Bank, 10% from Japan, another 2 to 3% from India. Majority of it from the international market, and 10% from Asian Development Bank. Now, for a small country with a small economy, this is unsustainable level of debt. So once Sri Lanka ran out of forex reserves, its exports had collapsed, right? It wasn't generating enough revenue. Tourism had been derailed. There were many reasons, many policies as well of the Rajapaksa government which led to this situation. So once the debt crisis exploded and the forex reserves collapsed, Sri Lanka didn't have money to continue imports. Imports were banned, causing massive inflation, rising prices of food and other essential commodities, and the Sri Lankan currency fell. It depreciated rapidly against the dollar. All right? This is what happened last year. Now, why did this happen? What were the factors? UPSC might ask you this question. UPSC might ask you to analyze Sri Lanka's economic crisis and the reasons responsible for it. First and foremost, the mismanagement by Sri Lankan governments, by all the governments in the last 30 years, especially the Rajapaksa governments. There has been massive corruption under them, unviable projects which don't make any economic sense, and massive foreign borrowing. This is at the root of the problem. Is that clear? just to raise their prestige, to attract voters, to win elections, Rajapaksa brothers had announced many populist schemes. To fund the schemes, they took loans from the foreign markets. In 2019, when Gotabaya Rajapaksa became the president, he won the election primarily because they had promised unsustainable populist schemes. To fund those schemes, to win the votes, they had raised a lot of funds after getting elected, right? They had to fulfill the promise, the electoral promise. They raised a lot of loans, which became a massive burden. They borrowed heavily from China into unsustainable projects, unviable economic projects. This pushed the country into a huge debt burden. Its expenditure kept increasing, borrowings kept increasing, but revenue was not coming. Exports didn't increase. All right? The heavy loans taken from IMF, ADB, also from countries like India, Japan, China, right? This is what led to the collapse of the economy. And recently, there were some disastrous policies, absolutely foolish policies of the Rajapaksa government that destroyed Sri Lanka's critical exports. For Sri Lanka, exporting tea, spices, rubber is a major source of revenue. I told you this in the last class. These exports, agricultural exports, were hit because of a sudden, unscientific switch to organic farming. Before the pandemic hit, Rajapaksa government announced that fertilizer import is being expensive. Since Sri Lanka imports fertilizers, they said it's very expensive and harmful for the soil and the environment. So they banned fertilizer imports without consulting, without any scientific basis, right? Without consulting economists and experts. They overnight imposed a ban on import of fertilizers and they banned the usage of fertilizers. They forced their agriculture to switch to organic farming using natural fertilizers overnight. What will happen? Productivity takes a hit. Productivity was destroyed. Agricultural exports were hit, which was a key source of revenue. The other major source of revenue was tourism. And tourism got destroyed because of COVID-19 and the Easter Sunday terror attack. This was a major attack in Sri Lanka in 2019. A terror group known as National Tawheed Jamaat, which is affiliated with Islamic State, carried out a massive terror attack where multiple churches and other key places were attacked by these terrorists. It's a Sri Lanka-based terror group called NTJ, National Tawheed Jamaat. It is a self-inspired group from Islamic State. These are self-radicalized members, right? Largely on the internet, they have self-radicalized themselves. And this is also a result of the communal divisions that radical Buddhists have created. After targeting Tamil minorities, in the last 20 years, radical Buddhists are targeting Muslims in Sri Lanka. This communal tension has bred resentment and hatred, and that is how terror groups like NTJ were born. This group is of concern for India as well because NTJ terrorists have come to India many times. While planning the Easter Sunday bombing in 2019, the top leaders of NTJ were coming to Kerala and Tamil Nadu. They had contacts here, and India's RAW was monitoring them. India had kept a watch on some of these Sri Lankan terrorists. We had collected intelligence. We had warned Sri Lanka that a possible major attack is likely to happen. Very specific intelligence was given by India. And yet, Sri Lanka failed to prevent the attack. So as the attack happened, it was one of the biggest attacks in recent times, right? This destroyed tourism. Tourists stopped coming to Sri Lanka after this major attack because security was not reliable. Then came the pandemic and lockdowns that destroyed tourism. And Sri Lanka, as you know, is heavily dependent on tourism. Indians especially are a big source of revenue, right? Sri Lanka has many beautiful locations and its tourist potential was destroyed by the pandemic, and then came Russia-Ukraine war. These events, they shocked the supply chains. Global commodity prices increased, and a country like Sri Lanka could not sustain the imports because now they were very expensive, and Sri Lanka didn't have the money. All right. So a mix of domestic and global factors led to the collapse of Sri Lankan economy. Tourism was derailed because of the terror attack and the pandemic. Imports became costlier because of the pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war as supply chains were disrupted. Agricultural exports got affected, right? Because of the unscientific policies where fertilizers were banned. And along with this, the overall mismanagement, heavy loans taken, unnecessary expenditure, and investments in unviable projects. This is what brought down the Sri Lankan economy. It's a combination of all these. So, as the crisis started hitting the country, right, from 2021 itself, it became clear that Sri Lanka's economy is in danger. From then, Rajapaksa brothers became slightly close to India. They knew they cannot do without India's help. So slightly they started changing their behavior and approach, and they started asking India for help and assistance. But last year, when the economy collapsed completely, right, Rajapaksa brothers were thrown out by the Sri Lankan people. Obviously, people were suffering, right? Commodity prices had gone up, no food, no petrol, paper was not available, exams were cancelled. That was a dire situation in Sri Lanka. It's unimaginable. So this led to massive protests. People correctly held Rajapaksa brothers responsible. And the pressure was so much that the Rajapaksa brothers ran away from the country. To save their lives, they gave up their power, they gave up their role as president and prime minister, ran away from the country to another country. So following this, Sri Lanka's economy is being rebuilt. There is a unity government that all parties have formed together. And this government's responsibility is to restructure the loans, buy some time, get some funds from IMF and other countries like India to pull the country out of this mess and slowly rebuild the economy. So right now, Sri Lanka is struggling to do that. It's trying to do that. And when the crisis hit the country, India, as always, was the biggest help for Sri Lanka. India has given close to $4 billion in assistance in the last 1.5 years. We gave $400 million in currency swap under the SARC framework. Remember, I discussed this under SARC regional grouping. Through our RBI, which maintains the SARC currency swap framework, we've extended $400 million as a currency swap. A pending loan payment has been deferred. Sri Lanka was supposed to repay $500 million through Asian Clearing Union, which is a exchange facility in Istanbul, in Turkey. In Istanbul, you have Asian Clearing Union, which provides for currency settlements, foreign settlements between two countries using different currencies. So one old loan had to be repaid by Sri Lanka, $500 million. We have deferred this, saying we have given you more time. You don't have to pay us right now because you guys are in crisis. We have given them an extended time period. They can pay this back at a later date. Fresh loans were given by India so that it can import fuel. There was massive shortage of fuel. Petrol, diesel ran out. Right? India is a major supplier. We export petroleum products as well. And Sri Lanka depends on India's supply of petroleum products. So we gave a line of credit, which is a ready concessional loan available. Another $1 billion facility was created, loan facility for continuing food, medicine, and other essential imports. So Sri Lankan people will not be affected. We also gave a grant. We sent aid. We supplied essential items, Indian naval ships and aircrafts. They carried medicines, essential food commodities like rice, sugar, etc. They were all supplied by India. All right. Essentially, we have tried to do our best to keep China out. And what is interesting is that China has not helped Sri Lanka. Some of you might be surprised. China should have helped, right, to exploit the situation, but it hasn't. The reason is Sri Lanka is already under a massive debt burden. It owes a lot of money to China, and this is good for China. China can use this as a leverage to get geopolitical concessions by threatening Sri Lanka right now, by blackmailing Sri Lanka indirectly. China has not given much support. It has only said that will help Sri Lanka, but it hasn't really given assistance like India. We have given $4 billion worth of assistance through a mix of currency swap, loan deferment, fresh loans, grant. Total of $4 billion worth of assistance has been given. That is how India has come back in this game. We have gained our influence back and we have won critical projects back from China. There has been a swing going on. First, Maitripala Sirisena government had given us key projects, which later was cancelled by Rajpaksa brothers and they gave them away to China. Now that India became the supporter and we gave so much assistance, India used this as a leverage and we have won most of these projects back. Is that clear? In many ways, India's influence is back in Sri Lanka. But China remains equally influential because Sri Lanka is still under the debt burden of China and China is trying to leverage this. China wants Sri Lanka to suffer more. That is how China runs its diplomacy. Remember, I explained this. I explained how China looks at transactional relations. It does not care about the benefit of another country. Right? It gives them loans initially, attracts them, later pushes them into a debt burden, traps them in a debt, and then seeks geopolitical concessions. This is called the debt trap diplomacy of China. Right? So one reason why China has not been very helpful is because it wants to exploit the situation to itself. Got it? So this is what you should understand about the economic crisis and what India has done. Now, before proceeding further, I want to talk about the projects in Sri Lanka which involve India and China. You'll get a good idea about the competition between India and China. We'll discuss this and then I'll take up a couple of other issues which will help us close this chapter for today. Now, please pay attention to this map. It depicts the India-China competition as far as key projects in Sri Lanka are concerned. Now, India has taken up some key projects in the past. Most of our investments are concentrated in the northern parts of Sri Lanka, where the Tamil minorities are found. We have largely focused on uplifting the Tamil community, which has been affected with a civil war. So naturally, most of our projects are present in northern and eastern Sri Lanka. We rebuilt the Kanke Senturai port that you see here in Jaffna. We rebuilt the northern railway track, a critical infrastructure project. Right? The seaport was also crucial, a very important connectivity project. And the Palale civilian airport. All these infrastructure projects were destroyed because of the civil war and because of the 2004 tsunami. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, right, that emerged from Indonesia, it had destroyed Tamil Nadu, Andaman Nicobar, and it had hit Sri Lanka as well very badly. The tsunami had damaged the infrastructure plus the civil war led by LTTE, right, where the Sri Lankan forces were targeting the LTTE, also had damaged these port and airport and railway facilities. So after the war ended in 2009, India has revived these critical infrastructure projects in northern Sri Lanka. We have also built 50,000 houses under the Northern Housing Project to rehabilitate the Tamil IDPs. IDP stands for internally displaced people. During a war or a conflict, right? People who get displaced, if they go to another country, we call them a refugee. But if they get displaced within their own country, from one place to another, right, because of war or even disaster, they are called IDPs, internally displaced people. The civil war in Sri Lanka has displaced thousands of Tamil families internally in the country. They've lost their homes, their livelihood. So to support them, India has built 50,000 houses, right? It's a very successful project of India. So these are the major projects that we have already completed. Now let me show you China's projects and let's talk about the new projects that have come up where there has been a swing between India and China. The other major Chinese projects are the Colombo Port project. Colombo is a critical port, as I explained in the last class. China has largely funded its construction. Chinese companies operate the terminal as well at Colombo Port. China has also built few roads, railway lines, power plants, etc. So China's presence is there everywhere. It has brought billions of dollars in investments, much more than India. It has built the Lotus Tower at Colombo. It's a broadcasting facility and also a tourist center. If you've been to Colombo, you cannot miss the Lotus Tower. It's very evident, it's very prominent building, right? It's an attraction for tourists as well. And at the top, you have a broadcasting station that China has built. That is the Lotus Tower. All right. Then the most important Chinese project, the Hambantota Port and Matala Airport in southern Sri Lanka. See, initially, the Hambantota Port was offered to India many years ago. But India rejected this offer from Sri Lanka. Not because we didn't see the potential, but we evaluated the project. And India realized that project is not viable. It will not make money. It will not generate revenue. Because Sri Lanka already has so many ports. Apart from Kankesentura and Colombo, there is another major port in eastern Sri Lanka, which is Trincomalee, where India has been very active since many years. Many years ago, India had built Trincomalee port, right, including Kankesentura. So in a country, in a small country where there are so many ports, another port didn't make sense for India. All the studies indicated the project will fail. It will become a loss-making project. So India didn't invest. We said, no, we rejected the project. Now China took over the same project. China is not a fool. China knows the project is not viable. China also knew that project may not work. They not only built Hambantota port by putting billions of dollars into it, they also built an airport, the Matala airport. It's named after Mahinda Rajapaksa. Believe it or not, Matala airport is the world's most silent airport. For many years, not a single aircraft has taken off because there's no business, no passengers. Similarly, Hambantota port also failed, just like India had predicted. Both the projects are massive commercial failures. Now the question is, why did China invest? Like I said, China is not a fool. China knows the project may not be viable. China invested here because of the strategic location of the project. China is not interested in the commercial part of it, not the business part of it. China can incur these minor losses. The strategy here, according to Western countries, experts, and also some leaders in India, China's strategy is to push countries into a debt burden. Give them these attractive loans, attract these authoritarian leaders, show them money. They know they can divert the money through corruption as well, right? So attract such leaders in small countries, give them loans, let them enjoy the money, divert the funds, execute the project, which will finally fail. Finally, China wants the country to fall into a debt trap, into a debt burden. This is where China is really interested, right? This is a theory, by the way, a theory by American experts, Western experts, even Indian think tanks. Indian experts also believe the same. That China deliberately picks out such loss-making projects, attracts small countries with these attractive loans, gives them enormous funding, executes the project, and eventually it will be a spectacular failure. Once the project fails, the country cannot repay. They'll not have money. So it will fall into a debt trap. Now China will demand that give the project to us on lease. Since you're not repaying the loan, China is not doing charity here. It's a loan which should be repaid. If the country cannot repay, if you're not generating profits, that's not China's problem. Now China will say, if you can't repay, give the project to us. Chinese company will run it, and the Chinese company will take over, that too for the long term. For Hambantota port, the lease given to a Chinese company is for 99 years, 1 century almost. So this shows China's intentions, geopolitical strategic intentions. This is what India is worried about. Is that clear? Now there are other projects which are coming up where you see a competition going on, a dance between India and China, right? Where they're fighting over these projects from the last few years. For example, next to Colombo port, a critical terminal had to be built called Eastern Container Terminal. Next to Colombo port, this terminal was supposed to come up called Eastern Container Terminal. Now, this project, which is of great strategic and commercial value, was initially awarded to India and Japan. When we had a friendly government under Maitripala Sirisena from 2015 to 2019, since India gave a lot of support along with Japan, this key project was given to India and Japan. India and Japan have an initiative called Asia-Africa Growth Corridor. It counters China's Belt and Road Initiative. India, Japan, which are strategic partners in the Indo-Pacific, they are countering China through their own investments and connectivity projects. It's called Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, AAGC. India, Japan are investing in such connectivity projects across Asian and African countries to bring the region closer and to promote their influence in Indo-Pacific to counter China's Belt and Road Initiative. So we had actually won this project. We were about to start work on this project. But as soon as Rajapaksas came back, right, they came back to power in 2019, we saw that protests started against these projects. Local workers, they protested against foreign involvement. They were claiming, why are foreign companies being invited? It's a national asset. So on such nationalistic lines, protests were seen. And using this as an excuse, Rajapaksa took away this project from India. It was very clear. It was very evident. The protests were planned. It was engineered. After cancelling this project, taking it away from India, the same project was given to China. India, Japan were furious. They were angry. Right? Rajapaksa took away this project and gave it to China. Now, since they need India's help, right, in 2021, they started asking India for assistance. To please India, they gave another project as a compensation only to India, the West Container Terminal, which is opposite to East Container Terminal. This has been awarded to Adani Ports. Now, Japan is angry that Japan has been left out, whereas an Indian company has won the project. Our interest was mainly in East Container Terminal, which was of more commercial significance. Also, the investment should have been less because East Container Terminal already has some facilities. We just had to upgrade them. But that has been given off to China. Whereas a completely new project has been given to India, where we have to invest more, build it from scratch. But still, India's Adani Ports has won this contract to build the West Container Terminal. There are many such projects. In Trincomalee, at Trincomalee Port, there are oil tank farms. These are massive oil tanks for oil storage. These were built during the British era, during Second World War. They were maintained by Indian companies like Indian Oil Corporation. We would supply petroleum products and store them here. Right? From here, we would ship this to other parts of the world as well. It was a joint India-Sri Lanka initiative. These oil tank farms are very old, very outdated. So India had proposed an initiative to rebuild and upgrade the facilities. We had won the project under Maitripala Sirisena. But Rajapaksa cancelled this project. But again, after India gave assistance during last year's crisis, India has won the project back. That is the swing I'm talking about. Right? First, India had won these projects, then given to China, cancelling India's involvement when Rajapaksas came back, and then given back to India when they took assistance from India. That shows how geopolitics works. Then can you see Sampur here, next to Trincomalee in eastern Sri Lanka? At Sampur, India is building a thermal power plant, a thermal power project by NTPC, National Thermal Power Corporation. Even this project we had won under Sirisena government. Rajapaksa government cancelled it. Later, after taking assistance from India, India won the project back. Is that clear? Then finally, in northern Sri Lanka, in the Park Strait region, that is between Jaffna and Tamil Nadu, right? In that water body, renewable energy projects were planned, wind and solar projects. Rajapaksa government planned them and gave this project to China in 2019. Now, India took offense to it. We objected this project because these wind solar projects, which will come up in Park Strait, right, in the water body here, it's on the international maritime boundary line. Just kilometers away, you have Indian territory. So India was not comfortable in allowing Chinese companies to work here on a key project very close to India's coastline near Tamil Nadu. So India opposed them, but Rajapaksa didn't listen. Then after the economic crisis, after taking help from India, this project has been cancelled from China, taken away from China, and now given back to India. Again, Adani Power has won the project. India's Adani Power has been given the contract now to develop these renewable energy projects in the northern waters of Sri Lanka between Tamil Nadu and Jaffna. All right. So these are the major projects you should be familiar with. You can expect prelims questions as well, right? And also it shows and highlights the competition, the India-China competition in Sri Lanka. So this is what I wanted to discuss. We've almost completed India-Sri Lanka. I think we can wrap up today's session. I'll take your doubts and questions for the remaining few minutes. Tomorrow, when we start, I will cover the last two topics. One is Kachativu Island dispute, all right, related to the fishermen dispute. This is one topic. We will cover this tomorrow, and we will discuss about our maritime security initiatives in Indian Ocean. This not just applies to Sri Lanka, it applies to many other countries as well. There are many regional groupings where we are part of. We have some maritime initiatives, security initiatives, exercises. We'll discuss all of this tomorrow, the second topic, and just one last line on Sri Lanka and China and cultural ties. So this will wrap up. That is Maldives, Mauritius, and Seychelles. That covers East Africa and Indian Ocean. All right. So that is for tomorrow. Don't miss the class. Now let's see what questions and doubts are left. Let us see some questions. Himanshu is asking, please explain IDPs again. Let me write down. IDP stands for internally displaced people. See, whenever there is a war or a conflict or a disaster, right, people lose their homes, they get displaced, they lose their agricultural fields, they lose their livelihood. So those who get displaced internally within that country, they are IDPs. If they leave the country and enter another country asking for protection to save their lives, they are refugees. We have understood who are refugees in previous classes. We have studied that in detail. Refugees are those who are leaving the country, going to another country because of a war or a disaster. Right? They're trying to save their lives. They're asking protection in another country. They're asking asylum. They are refugees. But those who stay within the country, but they are displaced, they have moved from one place to another because of a war or a disaster, they are called IDPs, internally displaced people. Santosh is asking, sir, what about the civil nuclear deal with Australia? We'll come to that. We'll discuss that under India-Australia. See, I told you that the deal with Sri Lanka is the only nuclear deal in our neighborhood, amongst our neighboring countries. But we have signed civil nuclear deal with many countries, with Kazakhstan, with Canada, with US, right, with Namibia, with Australia, of course, with Japan. Right? There are many countries with whom we have signed civil nuclear deals. But in our neighborhood, in South Asia, amongst our neighboring countries, we have signed a nuclear deal only with Sri Lanka. With Bangladesh, we are working on a project only giving some assistance in the Ropur nuclear project. Sai is asking, is it true that there is a theory that CIA had intelligence about 9/11 attacks? See, don't get into conspiracy theories, not relevant for the exam as well. In internal security, there is a discussion on this. I'll come to it under internal security. But as of now, don't get into any conspiracy theories. Sakshi is asking, does UNHRC get affected only by one vote of India? No, it's not just one vote of India. India has so much influence, like China, we can pull many other countries to support Sri Lanka. That is how it works in multilateral platforms, where one country can negotiate with others, with other like-minded countries, especially with developing, underdeveloped countries, and ask all of them to vote on similar lines. So at multilateral groupings, such groupism takes place, where one group of countries with one set of interests, they form a group, another group of countries with another set of interests, they form a group, and they vote together. So it's not just India's one vote. India can influence others. We can ask others to vote like us and support one country to protect one country. So that is what I was talking about. Sahil is asking why India should have helped Rajapaksa because he threatened Tamil civilians in the name of tackling terrorism. See, at that point, initially, ideally, we should have backed Rajapaksa in helping destroy LTT because LTT was a threat. And moreover, China was a bigger threat. The rise of China, the rising influence, was a major threat. It is on those lines that I told you that India should have helped Rajapaksa government, give diplomatic support, supply weapons, provide intelligence to destroy LTT, because that would have given us influence to put pressure on Sri Lanka as well to protect Tamil refugees, to protect the Tamil civilians. Shivani is asking, sir, how India-Pakistan match is going on in Sri Lanka, even though it is trapped in debt. See, Sri Lanka's economy is being rebuilt, it's being revived. And also, these are international gaming fixtures, right, which has the support of ICC, BCCI, and very big sponsors. But again, you can see the very poor organization as well. You can see the poor facilities if you're watching the Asia Cup. Um, Sri Lanka has struggled to organize the matches as well, right? Not just the rain. In general, facilities have been very bad. But still, where does Sri Lanka get the money? There are sponsors. There are big boards backing the tournament. So that is how it's able to organize the match. Vishwa is asking, sir, India is spending so much in these countries. What will we get in return? India is doing it free of cost. Please explain. See, I've been discussing this in every class. The investments we make through foreign policy, it's not charity. It's not a waste of money. All right. The investments we make, many of them are concessional loans, the loans which have to be paid back with interest. Moreover, it gives us control over the project. We decide where the project comes up, what kind of project, who executes them, who controls them. Many of the projects will have a lot of strategic value, which will serve our economy, our national security interests. It will increase our influence. It will help us counter external powers and establish our presence. So there are many benefits arising out of such investments in foreign countries. All right. It's not just a free investment we are making, a free charity we are doing. In many ways, it comes back, right? It will improve trade. It will improve transaction of goods. These projects will enable tourism. It will create revenue, jobs on both the sides. Correct? It will revive the economy. Plus, if our companies can build and execute and control those facilities, that will always have a strategic purpose to establish our influence and keep out foreign influence. Vivek is asking why we seek development around coastal areas of Sri Lanka. That is true in any country. Coastal areas are always more developed, right? Because of the access to sea. Because of access to sea, even since historical times, since ancient medieval times, coastal areas always develop quickly because trade is present. That is where maritime trade happens. That's why you see development more to be in coastal zones. Santosh is asking, where did Prabhakaran got his naval and air force bases located? They didn't have a base as such, but in northern provinces and eastern provinces, LTT controlled a lot of territory. They had thrown out Sri Lankan government and Sri Lankan forces. They controlled a lot of territory there. So that is where they would station their troops. They had their training camps, and also in the coastal areas, which they had captured, right, in northern and eastern provinces. There they would station the boats. They had built an airstrip as well, where their aircraft could take off. That is how LTT had built its assets and bases and safe havens. All right. So, guys, these were some of the questions. Vivek is saying, sir, you said you will discuss Delhi Declaration at the end. I meant at the end of the subject, not today, not at the end of today's class. because we have to discuss G20 in detail. It's a very important big topic. We'll do that at the end when we discuss groupings, international groupings and organizations. So in the last class, there I will discuss Delhi Declaration and G20. All right. So guys, these are some of the questions. Let's end the session for today. I hope it was a good, interesting session. I hope you guys have understood everything and liked the session as well. Do let me know in the comments. So we have two small topics left. We'll wrap it up tomorrow and we'll finish Indian Ocean as well, as much as possible in tomorrow's class. So don't miss the session. It's very important. I will not only complete Sri Lanka, we'll also discuss Maldives, Mauritius, and Seychelles, which is part of East Africa and Indian Ocean. So this will complete a large part of our syllabus, and then we'll be moving to other important regions. So that is it for today. Let's catch up tomorrow. Till then, take care. Have a good night.